no locking yet, and we haven't looked at what a real opponent might be doing here. But you can see when we allow a single size as the response, this is the size that the solver picks. And the fact that this is the size is going to have an influence on the c-betting range, because if they are only facing this massive raise size and it's coming about 10% of the time, knowing that we only get faced with a check raise 10% of the time, it's allowing us to c-bet a little bit more confidently. But now let's see what happens in the new version of the sim, in the more complex version of the sim. If we bet 20% here, the big blind now has 3 different raise size options. And in fact, it's picking those sizes with a very different kind of frequency for each one. We now no longer just have the 2x pot size to deal with. We also have a 2/3 pot and a 1/3 pot. So essentially, the overall raise frequency, because we've now allocated 3 potential raise sizings instead of 1, the big blind's now raising, if we look at the total, it's 17% of the time, right? So it's gone from 10% to 17%, the frequency that they get raised after they bet 20%. And that is now influencing the in-position player's strategy to have them do a bit more checking. So when we allocate the big blind to basically check raise using a different kind of
Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here. This is day one domination happening, and not enough significance to the idea of building a stack. So it is natural to have a kind of a fear of busting. But the bottom line is that in a chip EV scenario, when you're at the beginning of a tournament, your stack is not that valuable. Your stack is basically worth whatever your chips are. It's basically worth pretty much 1-to-1 when it comes to chip EV. So you don't have a lot of reason to try to preserve that stack. You want to accumulate chips. You want to grow that stack, because if you don't grow that stack, you lose, you die, you don't survive, right? So fear of busting is natural, but it is something we have to overcome. And it is something that also gets a lot easier with volume and time and repetition. Number 2 is that they're too focused on structure. They're far too focused on the nature of each individual tournament and how long the levels are and various things like that. They're trying to think about things in terms of how much time they have available before their stack starts decreasing. The problem with that is that, once again, is an inherently survival-orientated approach. It's an approach that's built off the idea of, I want to preserve what I have, and not, I want to accumulate more. So we want to be very cautious that we actually don't pay too much attention to the tournament structure early on, because when you're playing chip EV poker, the length of each level doesn't matter. The length of each level should not affect your strategy in any one individual hand. If you're starting to play differently because, for example, you're playing the main event, then you're playing a 30-minute levels of structure, you're actually going to be missing tons of spots. And this is one of the main things about the main event that makes it so unique and so interesting, is that players will make adaptations based on the fact that it's a very slow structure, but these aren't necessarily good adaptations. They're going to miss tons of spots. They're going to end up radically under bluffing and so on. So in the end, we don't really want to pay too much attention to the tournament structure, especially when we're in the early stages and we're just playing chip EV poker. Because once again, chip EV poker is just one hand at a time, try to make the most chips. Now, number 3, we're going to address this a little bit later on, but it's a fear of multi-way play. And this one's just as common in MTTs as it is in low stakes live cash. People hate playing multi-way pots because it results in 2 things. It results in winning fewer pots overall, which people don't like, and it results in greater uncertainty about the nature of the ranges that they're up against. Even though we know that players might have wide ranges, we start to feel like when there's more players in there, there's more uncertainty. And what that's reflective of is that we're actually still mostly thinking about hands and not about ranges, because your job isn't to put people on a hand. Your job is to put people on a range. And if you know their range is wide, you've already put them on a range. It's a wide range. So you don't actually have to go down that rabbit hole of thinking about hands. So people don't like multi-way play, and they really don't like getting into multi-way spots in the early stages of tournaments. Now, second to final thing, they overvalue speculation. So they assume that speculation, that taking flops and trying to make big hands, is very valuable. They assume that it's a significant part of any strategy in the early stages. But the problem is this is based on a flawed understanding of theory. Players tend to assume that playing speculatively to try to flop a big hand has tons of value because, you're going to you just be able to get people to stack off light and things like that. But the problem is that's only true if your opponents are stacking off in spots where they're not supposed to stack off. And we're a long way away from the time period where it used to be trivially obvious that you just would never get anybody to fold pocket aces on any board, right? We're not in that era anymore. We're in an era where a lot of the time you will have to consider that people are not just going to be putting in massive amounts of money with random draws or top pair or anything like that. Obviously, there will be spots where they do, but largely you're not going to get as much value out of speculating because you're not going to get paid off as often when you do actually make a good hand. People recognize these days that when you make a flush, for example, with the deuce three suited, as you see here on the screen, you make a three high flush. It's really hard to stack somebody unless you already got it all in on the flop and just made your flush and they had a set and they just lose or something like that, right? It's really not that easy to find yourself in situations where you can get paid off significantly. By contrast, it is easier to find yourself in situations where you can actually get a lot of fold equity on later streets for that same reason, right? If people are not paying off very often, that means they're folding a lot. So in fact, there is added value in taking down pots without showdown. But if you enter a pot purely speculatively, trying to make a big hand, you're not going to be able to take down those pots without showdown. So quite often, you're just going to miss those opportunities. So the final thing is what I think is probably one of the most important ones, which is just constantly waiting for better spots. This might be the biggest mistake of all of them because it just fundamentally isn't something we should consider. Any kind of future spot that you think is going to come along, the problem here is that there's always a better spot, right? That's the thing. You can wait for a better spot in any situation, any spot other than I have the nuts and someone shoved into me. There's a better spot that exists. So the problem is that there's no way to know at what point this is just a rationalization versus at what point it starts to become a genuine, meaningful consideration. And ultimately, if you keep turning down good spots, if you keep turning down profitable spots, then how can you possibly still have a skill edge? If you fold every profitable situation, you're not going to be able to have a skill edge anymore at all. Skill edge comes from being able to identify a greater number of profitable spots or more significantly profitable spots than your opponents can. And taking these spots is a fundamental part of how we actually manifest an edge against anybody. So you can't have an edge if you don't take the spots. And that's why we don't really want to think about better spots coming up later on. So these are the main reasons here why I think players struggle. Now, some of you are out there relating to some of these. I want to take a quick pause for a second just to ask, is there any of these that you guys can look at and say, this is me, this is definitely something that I have struggled with or I am struggling with right now? I've talked to so many tournament students who've struggled with different versions of these things. Stevie says multi-way pots. Yeah, absolutely. Worry about busting early and having to go back sooner than my family expected me home. That's interesting because that sort of is a little bit telling of maybe a mental game thing that relates to how your family perceive poker and things like that. So that's a big thing that comes in for people as well. Rachel says multi-way and waiting for a better spot. Yeah, absolutely. These are super common things. These are things that come up all the time in coaching. Quite frequently, one of the first things that I have to deal with, I don't want to say deal with, it's a huge issue, but one of the first things we have to correct in coaching sessions with students a lot of the time when they sign up for coaching is just, okay, first things first, you're never going to say, I'm going to wait for a better spot again. Like you're just never going to do that anymore because it's all about what's happening right now and what the spot is that you're in right now. And if you're thinking about it in terms of, oh, I have a bigger edge, you have a big enough edge to fold. The problem is that the players who actually have a big enough edge to justify folding certain profitable spots are not players who are actually going to do that because the way you manifest the highest possible edge is to take every profitable spot. So there's very little actual evidence or math behind the idea that we can wait for better spots. And there really isn't anybody so far that's been able to prove some kind of a distinct methodology for how we should evaluate what's profitable enough and what's not. So ultimately, don't worry about future spots, just focus on the spot that's happening right now. Second thing we're going to talk about is player profiling. Now, player profiling is something that I think people tend to get a little bit confused about, which is that they tend to focus a little bit too much on trying to get really specific ideas on how a certain player is going to play and really specific reads. Problem is in tournaments, you're almost never going to play enough time with somebody to have a really accurate idea of what they're doing. And on top of that, something that I actually don't have on the slides here, but I do think is also important, is your reads and your profiles should not be built off of frequencies. It shouldn't be built off of, I've seen this player play X number of hands. It should predominantly be built off of showdowns, because for the most part, unless you actually see hands that this player is showing down, you don't really have any evidence to suggest one way or the other, outside of extreme outliers, that this player isn't simply being dealt multiple of various types of hands in a row, right? So someone three bets three hands in a row. It's very plausible to get dealt three good hands back to back. You can't make any assumptions just based off the fact that they three bet three hands in a row. And conversely, someone folds for an hour straight. It's incredibly easy to be card dead for an hour. We've all been through that. So you shouldn't be making any assumptions about that either. So player profiling here is not about individual opponents as much as it is about understanding the player pool as a whole. So with that in mind, this is the way I like to look at player pools. There's four primary mistakes in poker: over-bluffing, under-bluffing, over-folding, and under-folding. And I tend to apply the 80-20 principle when looking at these. I tend to look at dividing the player pool in terms of 80% of the pool is going to have one weakness, and then the other 20% is going to have the other. So for example, 80% of the player pool in tournaments, in a lot of cases, is going to be under-bluffing, and then the other 20% is likely to be over-bluffing. Obviously, there's overlap in terms of players exhibiting more than one of these weaknesses at a time, but obviously you can't simultaneously over-bluff and under-bluff. So that's why it's a square here with different sides on it, as you can see. The tougher the event, the more that central square is going to expand. So pros who are in the middle, where they don't have a significant tendency in one direction or another, they are going to be a certain portion of the player pool in every event. If you are playing pretty low stakes, that central square is going to be very small. And you're going to see a lot of players in the pool who are exhibiting one or more of these tendencies. But if you're playing higher stakes, obviously that square in the center is going to expand, and the number of players who are going to actually be outside of that, to where they are exhibiting a significant weakness in one department or another, is going to be greatly reduced. And this is the main thing that actually changes as you move up in stakes. It's not so much the quality of the players, although the quality of the good players definitely gets better as you move up in stakes. It's really the distribution of players. You do still find players with these weaknesses at every stake, but you just have to recognize that the player pool is distributed differently. So we're not focused on profiling individual players. We're not focused on, oh, this specific guy has three bet three times in the last orbit, so therefore I'm going to four bet bluff him the next time. No, who cares? This specific guy is not important. What matters is that the player pool as a whole under three bets. So the amount of evidence that you would need to know that a player over three bets is going to be quite significant. You would need to see some showdowns to see that this guy is three betting with hands that should not be three betting. And if you don't know which hands should or shouldn't be three betting to begin with, that's a sign that you need to study theory a little bit better. So this is how segmenting the player pool works. And from that point, we can then start to think about this middle section of the pros here and how we approach that. The good news is that most pros play roughly the same way. The reason for this is simply that there is such a thing as good poker. There is such a thing as optimal poker, and most pros are going to try to play pretty close to that, simply because there isn't really much of a way to win without doing that. You can obviously deviate, but there's only so much scope for deviation. There is, in every spot, a hypothetical best play, and most pros are going to be trying pretty hard to get fairly close to that. And if they aren't, they're not going to be pros for very long. So generally speaking, we can lump a lot of pros together into one category. Now, there are certain pros who are maybe winning at lower stakes, but getting crushed at higher stakes. And ultimately, this is its own category of pros who understand how to play against fish because they have this intuitive perception of how it works, but they don't actually know the theory, and therefore they can't actually really compete against tougher environments. So there is a certain sort of demographic of pros that exists there. But generally speaking, we can approach most pros in pretty much the same way. But when it comes to the players that are not pros, I like to divide them into really two types when it comes to the early stages specifically. We've got what I call type A and type B. And type A players, they are pretty willing to play hands. They have a reasonably high VPIP. They are willing to get involved in pots speculatively, but they're very reluctant to stack off. They really are not going to stack off early on without pretty much the nuts. And these are the players where there's going to be a massive constriction in their range at a specific point. They're going to suddenly go from having lots of hands to having very few hands at a specific point in the game tree. Type B players are players who have roughly a similar willingness to play hands. They're still pretty willing to speculate, but instead, they are very willing to stack off. They are completely happy to just blast away, maybe not necessarily as bluffs, but they are very happy to just take an overpair on any flop and just be all in. And you will see this again at every level. You will find players who are, maybe they're not playing all kinds of hands, but when they do play a hand, they're happy to go with it. They're looking to build a stack. So there's two distinct types of players you will run into among the recreational player pool at this point in the tournament. When it comes to exploiting players that are in that first category, you're going to see that they will have a high overall VPIP, as I mentioned, and they're going to mostly enter pots passively. They're not going to play particularly aggro pre-flop. When they do put a lot of money in aggressively, they're almost always going to have a very strong range. They're not going to have a lot of bluffs. Their range is going to drastically narrow at certain points. Usually this is going to be on the flop. So they're going to call with a lot of hands pre, and then once they go beyond the flop, they folded all their weak hands, and now they mostly have one pair plus, a decent draw, etc. So these players are going to be very vulnerable to aggression on the flop. They're going to be very vulnerable to a certain amount of aggression on the turn. And to some degree, they are going to be vulnerable to river aggression as well when their entire stack is potentially at risk. But when their stack is not at risk, that might be a little bit of a different story. So that's type A. And against these players, we're going to have to be very cautious of how much aggression we show on later streets when stacks are not at risk. But we are going to be able to have plenty of room to play aggressively early on. Conversely, against the type B opponents, these players are going to have a high VPIP, but their range is not going to narrow as rapidly as type A players. They are going to continue a lot pre-flop. They're going to continue a lot on the flop, and they're going to get to even the river with a wide range at a higher frequency. In fact, they're also going to call rivers more often. There might be some river cards on which they basically just have no folds because they always have a bluff catcher and they just don't fold any of them. So against these players, we need to adopt a highly linear strategy. This means building big pots with thin value. That doesn't just mean only betting when we have really good hands. It means being willing to fire 3 barrels with second pair even sometimes. It means being willing to treat top pair like a really strong hand. And on top of this, these players' tendencies are going to be even stronger in re-entry events, and they are going to slightly neutralize in freeze-outs. So these players might be a little bit more cautious in freeze-out events, but in re-entries, you should assume that the ratio of type B players in the field is going to be going up because players are going to think, I can just rebuy if I bust. And that ultimately is going to cost them a lot of money, but if we don't exploit it ourselves, it costs us money too. So this is the way that we want to approach these two types of players. Now, ideally, we don't want to be looking at ourselves as belonging to either one of these categories, right? We don't want to be in one of these categories at all. We want to be the kind of player who has the appropriate willingness to get involved in pots and is fearless about stacking off, but not happy about it, not happy to do it constantly, because eventually we just do it too often, right? Type B players are doing it too often. So we want to be right in that middle zone. We want to have a moderate ability to play hands or willingness to play hands and a moderate willingness to stack off. We just want to be treating each hand in isolation and just looking at it according to what's the best play in this spot and how am I going to actually try to exploit these opponents that I'm up against. So that's our second section here, which leads us nicely into the next topic, which is pre-flop exploits at deep stacks. Now, this is an area where a lot of players might be a little bit unfamiliar, just based on the fact that it's quite difficult to put in time and energy with pre-flop solvers at deep stacks unless you have a very high-powered computer. Thankfully, I do have a high-powered computer, but ultimately, there are a few different conclusions that I've come to over the time that I've been running pre-flop sims that relate to these deep stacks. And it is actually surprisingly simple when you boil it down to the most straightforward ingredients. So the first thing with regard to putting money in the pot first in is that our opening ranges, we have to recognize that when we're opening, we're going to face more calls, more multi-way, and fewer 3-bets. Now, this doesn't mean that we are necessarily going to tighten up It just means that our ranges need to be shifting in favor of hands that play well against wide flatting ranges. Now, that might not be suited connectors. It might not be suited aces. It might actually be Broadway hands. It might be king, queen off, ace, jack off, hands that dominate the flatting ranges more often. Now, of course, suited ace hands are very good in a lot of situations. So we're probably just going to open all the suited aces and continue opening a lot of offsuit broadways as well. But it is noteworthy and meaningful here that dominating the flatting ranges has a lot of value. And by contrast, being dominated by the flatting ranges has less value, or it's a downside for us. So we may not want to have very much 5-4 suited, 6-5 suited when we're going to go 3-4 ways to every flop. In terms of opening sizes, since we're facing fewer 3-bets, we need to size our opens slightly larger. Now, this has nothing to do with minimizing multi-way play. This is really important. We're not sizing larger with the goal of getting it heads up, right? That's not a consideration. Our goal is to build pots with our value hands. Now, the reason why we have to size up in order to do that is simply because our opponents are not doing it for us. If we have aces under the gun and we min raise, we're not going to be able to build a pot very easily in a lot of these cases. So instead, we might go 3x. We might even go 3.5x. Once you just start to get bigger than that, you start to get to the point where it becomes correct for your opponents to play a bit tighter. And the fact that they might be folding a bit more kind of plays into their hands a little bit more. But generally, what you want is you want your opponents to put the most money possible into the pot passively without actually starting to fold more, right? And that's something that's going to come up again in just a second when we talk about 3-bets. So our goal here is to build pots with our value hands, and the deeper we are, the bigger we're going to need to open in that sense as a methodology for how we do that. Once we get down to less than 100 big blinds, less than 80, less than 60, etc., we definitely don't need to be opening big anymore. If you're opening 3x at 100 big blinds, that might not be necessary. But certainly if you're 200 plus in level 1, I think 3x is pretty much fine. Even a little bit bigger than that could be fine in some cases as well. That's opening ranges and open sizes. Now, when it comes to 3-bets, the 3-bet principles are actually pretty similar. When we're constructing our 3-bet ranges, we should recognize that we're going to get fewer folds. We're not going to be able to exert much pressure. So our 3-bet range should be very linear. We should be very happy to 3-bet with hands that can realize equity very well in 3-bet pots. This means a lot of suited broadways, basically all your suited broadways in a lot of cases, a lot of your suited aces, a lot of your suited connectors. All these hands should be very happy to 3-bet because they have so much ability to realize equity, and you want to build big pots because your opponents are going to make bigger mistakes in bigger pots. On top of that, when it comes to sizing, we might actually want to size larger than we normally would when we expect a passive response, simply because with that passive response in mind, our goal is to get our opponent to put in as much passive money as possible. We're not necessarily looking to make them fold. We're looking to get them to put the maximum amount of money into the pot passively to where they almost think about folding, but they don't fold. So we're really looking at sizing as big as we think we can get away with, especially from out of position. If you're going 3x in position and you're deep stacked, try 3.5, try 4. If you think your opponent's not going to fold even to 5x, just go 5, right? And do that with your entire range. Don't just do it with your strong hands. Your goal is to 3-bet in a way that causes them to be forced to continue into the pot for the worst possible price, and then allows you to take down bigger pots post-flop. So your 3-bet sizes should be big, your 3-bet ranges should be linear, and a lot of the time here, you should be very happy to play large inflated 3-bet pots against weak ranges of hands. That's going to be a very good outcome for us. Now, finally, we want to look at responding against 3-bets and 4-bets. Now, in the early stages, you're going to face a lot of very tight 3-bet ranges. So continuing against those 3-bets should be something you do very reluctantly. Be mindful of the sizing. So be aware of they 3-bet larger, they 3-bet smaller. That does change the price that you're getting, and it does affect whether you should continue or not. And you should be heavily reluctant to call with easily dominated hands. Hands like Jack 10 suited, hands like 10-9 suited are not actually very good hands to call 3-bets with against tight ranges because they're so easily dominated. By contrast, something like 5-4 suited or pocket threes has a lot better decisions to make, a lot easier decisions to make. So those hands could be fine to call with. When you get 4-bet after 3-betting, Well, you're three betting a linear range, so you are going to have some tough spots versus four bets. That's just a given. It's natural for that to be the case. But also recognize your opponents are pretty value heavy. And the main thing here is to avoid getting into that mentality of, I either have to shove or I have to fold. There's nothing wrong with calling a four bet. There's no inherent reason why we shouldn't call a four bet, particularly in position. There's a lot of situations where calling a four bet is good. And in fact, remember that pocket aces actually doesn't really very often want to jam all in pre-flop, because sometimes it will just be getting folds from hands that it doesn't want to fold. If your opponent four bets ace king at 300 big blinds and then you jam with aces, they're probably not calling off with ace king. So you actually don't want to jam there. The only time you really should be jamming with aces pre-flop and putting in the last bet at deep stacks is if you're just really confident that your opponent is just never folding. So in general, your default should be, I'm going to flat with aces here in most cases. Therefore, what other hands am I going to flat with? And then you take it from there. So there's going to be hands in that three bet range that do want to flat that four bet, just like aces does. So that is our general guide here to a lot of pre-flop exploits. Now we're going to move on a little bit to multi-way pots. Now we've covered a little bit some of the ideas that I think are most challenging for a lot of people in these situations. But let me just introduce a broad framework here that hopefully will be very useful for all of you. When it comes to pre-flop, a couple of main principles that we want to keep in mind. First of all, your range for calling a raise multi-way should always be tighter than heads up. There's not really any scenario where you call with a wider range, 3 ways, 4 ways, 5 ways, than you would heads up. Simply because the equity that you actually have in the pot is going to decrease at a faster rate than your pot odds improve. So ultimately, you don't really want to be speculating a ton multi-way. You always want to be making sure that you're playing more pots heads up and then tightening up as more players are in the pot. Second thing is, if you can only win the pot by making a big hand, it's usually a bad call. Your goal is not to make big hands. Your goal is to, first of all, be able to realize equity, so sometimes make the best hand, but also your goal is to win pots without showdown. If you have no pathway to winning the pot without showdown, or if you simply are getting involved in the hand with no intent to actually play aggressively, it's probably not a good call. So don't speculate just to make big hands. You can't possibly get paid off often enough to make it worthwhile. Thirdly, winning the dead money is your first priority. Seeing a flop is secondary. So if you had a hand, for example, that had a close decision between three betting and calling, if your opponents are folding a lot to that three bet, then three betting is always going to be better. There's not really any circumstance where a significantly high fold equity three bet can somehow be worse than seeing a flop. Taking that pot down uncontested is almost always going to be better. Number 4, finally, you can actually shove pre-flop for anywhere up to around 10 times the pot size. And about 4 to 8 times is the sweet spot. And the reason for that is, if you think about pot size in terms of there's 2.5 big blinds in the pot to start every hand, 10x pot would be 25 big blinds. And that would be the very upper limit of how much we could shove pre-flop, maybe if it was blind against blind. But it might not be completely infeasible to shove 25 big blinds into 2.5. But if we look at 4 times the pot, that's 10 big blinds. And we're going to shove 10 big blinds into 2.5 all the time. Even 8 times, we're looking at 20 big blinds. We're going to shove 20 big blinds sometimes, especially blind against blind or on the button. So if you're in that sweet spot of you have about 5 or 6 times the pot, then even if it's quite deep, if it's a raise to 3 big blinds and it goes call, call, and you have 60 big blinds, you have about 5 times the pot. You actually should shove quite a few hands in that spot. So when there's a lot of players in the pot, especially if they have capped ranges, think about things in terms of pot size, because that's a really useful hack for figuring out when you can and should jam pre-flop. Now, when it comes to post-flop, like I mentioned, I've put together a bunch of courses on multi-way play for Solve for Why, and I'm going to be doing some more stuff for GTO Wizard once they bring out multi-way solving. But there's a few principles that I've figured out from all the work that I've done. Number 1, and this is the most important thing, is a weak range is not a scary range. If your opponent's range is composed of a bunch of trash hands, we don't care. That's not a range that makes us afraid, right? Tight ranges, strong ranges are ranges that we are afraid to play against, or we are playing a little bit more conservatively against. If your opponent's range contains a bunch of garbage hands, they're going to miss most flops most of the time, so we just don't have to care that much about catering to them as being part of the hand. Second thing is we should always focus more on the top end of available hands. So for example, this King 7-4 rainbow flop here, we would always focus much more on who can have more sets, who can have more two pairs, who can maybe have some of the strongest King X. We wouldn't have to care that much about players being able to flop middle pair or bottom pair or a draw. Draws aren't that important. Nut hands and strong hands are what's important. Generally, our bet sizes multi-way should be smaller, so we're not usually going to be able to bet very much more than about 1/3 pot on the flop at maximum. Sometimes it's going to be way smaller than that. And 4th out of 5, hands which can't make the nuts get worse. So that simply means that any hand that is a sort of static bluff catcher that isn't going to be able to really improve to a strong value hand. So on this board, it might be something like 7-8 of hearts, or even 7-8 of hearts has the ability to make a backdoor straight technically. Something like Ace-7 of hearts, right? That is a hand that's going to be a lot worse multi-way because it can never realistically make the nuts. And finally, you can and should still bluff multi-way. Just because it's multi-way doesn't mean you can't ever bluff. It just means you have to select your bluffing hands slightly differently. Obviously, that's a very complex topic, but generally speaking, if you just remember that you have to bluff multi-way, it's important to keep that in mind. Generally, bet sizes should be smaller simply because your equity is lower. You are dealing with multiple opponents. You're unlikely to have a significant advantage on any given board. You're unlikely to be in a position where you get to employ a highly polarized range very often. And it's very difficult to shovel a bunch of money into the pot without eventually just running into too many good hands once you add more and more players to the pot. So smaller bet sizes is generally going to be the way to go when it comes to multi-way pots. Now, when it comes to a few exploits, a couple of things to bear in mind. Number one, when you face bets and raises in multi-way pots, they are usually very value heavy. Now, they're going to be quite value heavy anyway, because a lot of your opponents are going to be under bluffing even heads up. But in particular, in multi-way spots, you should assume that your opponents are very unlikely to find a lot of bluffs until proven otherwise. This is true for the majority of pros as well as Rex, because there are not that many pros who've done a lot of studying multi-way. It's also especially true with multi-street aggression, since ranges are going to narrow significantly once you get beyond the flop. Secondly, flops with no draws are going to be significantly overfolded in most cases. Players are very unlikely to just call with backdoor draws on highly static flops, especially on paired flops. So if you find paired flops with very few trips combos available, so deuce, deuce X, 3-3X, 4-4X, you can actually bet these flops for a small size surprisingly often as the pre-flop raiser. Very small sizes can function really well here. 20% of the pot or smaller, depending on how many opponents are out there, can be really effective here just because you're getting folds from some of those backdoor hands that theoretically are actually supposed to continue. And then finally, flops with draws are underfolded. So most players are not going to recognize that the value of draws changes in a lot of multi-way scenarios. Non-nut draws are going to become much, much weaker, but players will likely still continue with them against the bet a lot of the time. On draw-heavy boards, this means sometimes we're going to range check or just bet a range of value hands and then hands that block some of the draws or hands that do have nutted draws in those situations. It doesn't mean that we forego bluffing altogether. It just means that we have to be mindful that we might get fewer folds on these boards, which of course isn't that bad of a thing because we get more value and it makes our turn bluffs more profitable as well. So these are some of the basic ideas we want to keep in mind here. Now, let's just move on in a second to our final topic of why you struggle to win big pots early on. This is the question that I get so frequently, just like the idea of, I can't build a stack. I can't find a way to win big pots early on. This is the genesis of this webinar. It's why I put this whole topic together. So what's the answer? The simple answer is you play just like everyone else. Now, that seems a little harsh maybe, but reality is that the player pool mostly plays pretty similarly. And a lot of you are struggling with the same things. We saw these weaknesses that were relatable. It's because I've coached a ton of players who suffer from the exact same problems that most of you probably do. Most people are not playing particularly aggressively early on, and your opponents are going to assume that you play like most people because they don't know anything about you. So if you do play the same way as most people, that means your opponent's default approach against you is already correct. They don't have to know anything about you in order to exploit you. All they do is just play the same way against you as they do against everybody else, and they're immediately already benefiting from the fact that you play just the same as everyone else. So there's a more complex way of phrasing this, which is that your image hasn't what we call converged. So As time goes by and players adapt to each other, their strategies start to converge towards equilibrium. If you have two players constantly adapting backwards and forwards against each other, over time, their strategies are going to merge together to where both of them knows about the other one's strategy and you get an equilibrium. This is how solvers work. But if neither player ever begins the process of adaptation, that convergence never happens. So nobody's image changes. They just keep playing the same way. And this is what basically happens every time players get locked in this mentality of playing basically the same as everybody else. They never really convince their opponents to adapt to them, and they never end up in a position where they can actually get additional value than what their opponents get because they play like everybody else. Their opponents treat them just like everybody else, and their opponents are right to treat them like everybody else. So, what's the resolution? Your opponents assume you play pretty much the same as other players that they're accustomed to playing with. Because other players rarely bluff in big pots, they assume that this is also true with you. So when you get into a big pot and you shove the river, they fold because they assume you have it. Because most of the time, most of the players they play against will have it when they shove that river. Now, once they see evidence that suggests that you're an outlier and that you don't play just like everybody else, they now have evidence that justifies an adaptation. And that begins the leveling war, at which point you rapidly progress towards an equilibrium where they're actually paying you off more often now because they know that you have bluffs, and you can't bluff an excessive amount, but you can still bluff sometimes. And importantly, you're now actually getting paid off. And the key thing here, this is the uncomfortable reality of poker, is you cannot convince people you're an outlier if you're not actually an outlier. There is no way to somehow convince people you have a super wide range without actually having a super wide range. You can't play tight but appear loose. Now, people will try to do this. People will try to be like fake action. They'll try to be really talkative and outgoing at the table to try to convince everybody that they're constantly involved in hands and constantly part of the action.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of Free Daily Poker Coaching. I am Matt Hunt, and today we're going to dive into some interesting stuff. We're going to look at some heads up practice. So specifically, we're going to be using the pre-flop functionality on GTO Wizard AI, and this is going to give us a really good insight into some of the dynamics of heads up play with a particular focus on the kinds of heads up scenarios you're going to get into in tournaments. So I would say we're going to be focusing in on probably some relatively shallow stack sizes, considering that you don't often get heads up in tournaments at a lot of depth. We're really going to focus on 40 big blinds and below. So first thing is to explain a little bit how we would set up a sim or how we would set up the scenario in GTO Wizard AI. So this is the starting screen here. We've got the pre-flop custom solutions selected. We're going to start out with 40 bigs. So we're just going to go stack 40. And then we're going to look at big blind ante, because that's going to be the standard for a live tournament. And we are going to allow limps just because limping does show up in a lot of pre-flop heads up sims. So we're going to incorporate that. We are also going to allow multiple sizes pre-flop just to see a broader perspective on what the game tree looks like for these spots. We're going to start by editing the number of bets, number of raises, etc. here. We're going to give 2 raises for both players, big blind and small blind. The dynamic algorithm only allows for 3-bet, 1 4-bet, etc. So we're actually going to just switch to fixed. Now, fixed is going to allow us to basically dictate the sizes that are available as part of the tree. And for this, it's going to start with a couple of simple things. We're going to look at the small blind first, and we're going to go with the open size. Now, we have a couple options. We've got 2x. We're also going to go 2.5, and we're going to refine based on that. We're going to go 2, 2.2, 2.5, and 3. Now, for the 3-bet for the big blind, which is the next sort of step in the tree, we're going to allow a few sizings. We're going to go a small size, 2.5x. We're going to go 3x. We're going to go 3.5. We're going to go 4x. And we can't add more than that. So we're just going to stick with these sizings for now. And then we might expand it depending on what we see. Then, again, the 4-bet for the in-position player, I'm going to put 1.5 because that's now going to effectively be a min 4 bet. So we're going to account for that. 1.5x, 2x, and 2.5x. We're also going to add the all-in threshold is going to be basically nothing. So there's always going to be an all-in option. Yeah, we'll put 3x in there as well, just because it does allow us another size. Then we've got the 5 bet from the big blind. And again, we'll just go 1.5. So this is going to be a really complex tree, but we are going to narrow it down, right? We are going to basically eliminate options as and when we need to. So that's the starting point. Now, the next thing, now we've done that side of the tree, the side of the tree where the small blind raises. And now what we need is the other side of the tree, which is what happens after the small blind limps. So we've got a 2x ISO already added. We're also going to add 3x, 4x, 5x. Probably will see that the sim is going to like some pretty big ISO sizes. So we're going to go all the way up to 7x here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Then we've got the 3 bet from the in position player. And once again, we're going to add that 1.5x in there just because, let's say the 7x ISO comes in. Theoretically, the min 3 bet is going to be to 12 big blinds, not 14. So we're going to go 2.5, 3x. Then we've got the 4 bet from the out of position player. And again, we're going to go 1.5, 2, 2.5, and 3. And then again, same thing with the 5 bet. So we've got a whole game tree that we're fleshing out right here. And this is going to be our starting point for these calculations. Now, we will see from time to time, things are going to shape up a little bit differently. We're going to increase the maximum number of raises, just make it 10, infinite number of raises basically. And then we're going to save this setup. So default heads up setup. So just a straightforward set of options there. So this is a pretty complex tree. And again, like I say, we're going to start by narrowing this down once we get into the nuances of what we're going to see here. This original tree is going to be the foundation for how we look at the rest of the spots. We're going to mostly focus on pre-flop today. We're not really going to go into post-flop too much, but thanks to the ability to look at complex versions of these sims, we are going to be able to dig into pre-flop in some pretty good detail. In particular, what we're going to do is we're going to start node locking a couple of these nodes and trying to account for just some basic ideas of what we do or don't know about certain opponent types. So we've got, okay, so this has now produced a really interesting output, right? We've got a couple of different options being used as part of the tree. First of all, there's no folding, right? There's no folding at all here with a big blind ante in position 40 big blinds deep, because position is just very valuable here. The other thing is if you look at the equity buckets here on the right-hand side, it's not that easy to use these equity buckets heads up because, you know, we have any 2 cards, but you can actually see some interesting stuff. If you look at the advanced equity buckets right here, right? Take a look at how these categories are operating. It's a very linear progression, right? Our strongest hands are always raising. Next strongest category, mostly raising. Then it's about 50-50. Then it's 60-40. And then it's 75-25 in favor of limping. So it's not that we actually have to be balanced in a sense of having a very consistent distribution of hands within each option here. It's actually much more a case of our limping range is a bit on the weaker side. It's just fairly protected. And our raising range is a little bit more on the stronger side, except it's somewhat polar in that it contains a lot of pretty weak hands. So that's a very interesting conclusion that we can draw first of all. Now, the next aspect that we're going to be thinking about here is the splitting between the 2 sizes, because you can see a couple of things happening. First of all, the big size is going to be a little bit more polar, right? We've got a little bit more of the very weak suited stuff in this raise size. We've also got a lot of the very strong stuff in this raise size. And then the 2.2x size, a little bit less polar, right? We've got a little bit more in the way of some middling stuff here. We've got some weak suited stuff, but not as weak. It's not the 9 deuce type stuff. It's like 9-5, 10-5, etc. So there is a certain amount of depolarization going on with this smaller size. Now, that's a very interesting observation because it's going to tell us a lot about how we're constructing pre-flop in this spot. We're going to really focus on identifying some mistakes in the player pool here. So we're going to do some node locking. but we're not going to node lock our range as the small blind. We're going to node lock our opponent's range as the big blind. So we got to look at what that actually looks like. Let's see what happens if we make a 2.2 open. Villain is supposed to do exactly this. They've got a 4x 3-bet size, and they've got some jams. Now, this jam is not necessarily going to be something that I think people are going to employ in a perfect way. Take a look at the hands that are jamming. There's like king 5 off, king 6 off, all this stuff. I think we can be quite confident these jams are not happening, right? So what happens if we lock these hands into doing something else? Let's do an initial lock of saying, okay, our opponent's going to play roughly this way, but they're going to just call with 7-6. They're going to just call with 6-5, all this stuff, 8-6, 8-7, 9-7, all these hands. And they're going to just call king 6, king 5. So we start out with this, right? We start out with just a basic node lock and say, okay, I don't think they're going to find those jams. And this is going to slightly alter the initial raising range. What we can also do is we can do the same thing for what happens when we 3x on the button instead of 2xing. So if we go here, we've got the 3x, and then they're supposed to 3-bet to 9, but they also have, again, some jams. So let's lock those jams out, and let's go right here, call, all of this stuff, just not really jamming. 6-5, again, king 6 is in there. Yeah, we'll keep some of the ace-x in there. We will give them the benefit of the doubt, and then we'll just lock everything in there as we see right now. So that right away is a pretty good starting point for just a basic exploitative idea of what's going to be happening here. And outside of that, we didn't lock anything else. We kept them playing GTO here, right? And what it's done to our initial response is it's made us much more likely to use the 3x size. So it's immediately telling us that because they're not jamming enough, 3x is a very good size in a heads-up scenario like this. Now, the flip side of this is we also have to look at the other node of the tree, which is the limp node, right? We can't just look at exclusively the raise node. We have to examine what some of the EVs look like in the limp node. The first thing I think we can do here is when we limp, we are much less likely, once again, to face jams from stuff like this, right? They're never jamming the 8-5 suited, the queen 5 off, all this stuff, right? Even if they do have some hands that jam, they're just not jamming those specific hands. So we're going to get rid of those. And again, we're going to lock everything. And this is going to be a pretty good baseline idea of how we're adjusting to maybe a lack of jams from the big blind here. It's going to show us how our limping range, our 2.2x range, and our 3x range are all going to adapt. And as you can see, it's favoring the 3x. It's also doing a good amount of limping, and there is a lot of mixing going on with certain hands here, but not really that easy to draw an obvious conclusion. So as a whole, we're not really seeing too much other than being able to say we're raising a lot, we're limping a lot, we're not really 2.2xing very much. We're basically splitting between a 3x and a limp in this case. But now let's look at a few other assumptions that we can make here. What can we say about the ISO range that's going to come in from our opponent? We might be able to fairly confidently say that they probably aren't going to use split sizings here. They probably aren't going to use both the 3x and the 5x. So what we're going to do is we're just going to make the frequency for the 3x 0. Going to put that all the way down to 0. It's going to slightly affect some of the other frequencies, but I think it is a reasonable adaptation to make. We're just going to tweak everything to make sure that no shoving is coming in with weird hands now. I think we're good. So we're just getting rid of the 3x ISO. We're just going to have them use the 5x only. That most likely is going to alter some of our limping incentives to some degree, because it's going to change some of the EVs associated with that portion of the tree. So we're going to have a good ability to observe how that impacts our overall strategy. And you can see it's made us slightly more likely to raise. Limping is slightly less effective now. So this is what we're doing here is we're really giving ourselves a chance to understand the different variables that are having an impact on the different parts of our strategy. And we're starting to learn what the connections are between these variables. We're not necessarily trying to repeat or implement this exact strategy. We're just trying to get an understanding of how one thing correlates to another. So what I'm going to do now is start thinking about the region of hands that villain might potentially just fold instead of continuing against a raise. So let's say we look at the 3x. They're supposed to call this 3x with hands as weak as stuff like 7-5 off. 9-6 off, 10-6 off, Jack-6 off, Queen-4 off, etc. But they're also supposed to fold 7 deuce suited sometimes, which is a little bit interesting. So we're actually going to say, okay, first of all, I don't really think they'd be folding anything suited, so we're just going to have them call 7 deuce suited. Then what we're going to do is we're going to have them fold some of their weakest offsuit hands. We're going to have them fold like this region, maybe the 7-5, maybe the King-3, King-deuce. We might have them fold those hands. So we're not really making too many tweaks, but we are just having them slightly overfold to this open size. And then we're going to do the same thing against the 2.2, except obviously the threshold of hands that they're supposed to be continuing with against that raise size is going to be wider. So if we look at what happens when we 2.2, they now are not even folding 10-4 off, right? So now we're going to edit those frequencies and reflect the fact that we think they will fold that hand. In fact, we think they will fold probably 6-3 off, 8-4, 10-3, 10-deuce, Jack-deuce. A lot of this stuff, probably pretty likely, we're going to see some folds from these hands. So maybe even 10-5, Jack-5. Honestly, looking at how I would play these spots, I think I might be overfolding in some of these situations. I think I might be not making enough calls with the Jack-6 off type stuff in these situations. But anyway, we're going to go with that. So we basically plugged in a slight overfold to both raise sizes. And this is going to give us maybe a sense of how much we could be able to get away with in terms of our overall opening range. If we go back to our node here, wow, take a look at that. We're not limping anymore at all. We're not limping anything simply because we're getting such an overfold to these raise sizes. However, again, we need to alter what's happening against the limp here. We need to be specific in how we're attributing our opponent's tendencies against this limp. And I think that in particular, there's a lot of hands in this range that maybe we wouldn't necessarily expect villain to find raises with at any frequency here once we limp. So I'm going to just decrease some of the frequencies with certain hands here. And in particular, let's say they probably aren't raising or finding the raises with very many suited bluffs here. So we're just going to take out some of these suited bluffs. We're also going to take out some of the very weakest offsuit hands. I think people will occasionally find some of the offsuit King X, Queen X stuff. So we're not going to erase those, but we are going to take out a lot of the middle offsuit stuff. We're going to go something like this. Just get rid of all these tiny frequencies at the bottom end here. That I think seems a little bit more reasonable, right? So now we've tweaked that frequency and we're going to end up in a position where villain is now not aggressing enough against our limp, but they are still aggressing probably 20-something% of the time. So let's take a look at how that manifests in our approach. We got 19.9% and then jamming 5%. So now we're limping again a bunch, right? Now we're actually continuing to have some kind of a limping range. And interestingly, we are not really that concerned about protecting that limping range because the EV of the raise is simply so high with all of our strongest hands. So we've got a pretty unprotected limp. We're just really focused on doing a lot of trying to realize equity with a bunch of hands here. So definitely an interesting response we're already seeing. Now, let's start thinking a little bit about the non-all-in 3-bets and the types of 3-bets that our opponents maybe won't find in a lot of cases here. I think against this large size, we're probably going to find that they don't really identify a lot of the low frequency stuff. These offsuit connector hands, maybe a lot of these hands that are in this kind of middling offsuit region. I think also you'll probably find that people's 3-bet range heads up from the big blind is going to look a lot like what it will from the big blind normally, just in a full ring scenario, which means they're going to be very focused on offsuit King X and offsuit Ace X. So we're just going to restrict to a lot of those hands. We're also going to make sure that we're going to get rid of stuff like Jack 10 suited, because I don't necessarily think that they're going to find thin value 3-bets with those when it forces them to call off if they get jammed on. So we're going to go with this. And then we're also going to have to do the same thing against the 2.2. So against the 2.2, what you'll probably find is that a lot of opponents are going to be a little bit more in line with finding some of the value 3-bets because they're a little bit more comfortable 3-betting for value here. But again, they're probably not going to find certain portions of the bluffing range. So we're going to go with 9. We're going to take out 9-5, take out 8-4, 6-3, 4-3, all this stuff, 10-9. We might keep the Jack 10 suited in there, keep some of this stuff in there. But again, we're going to get rid of a lot of this middling offsuit stuff. Probably not going to see them finding too much of the 3-betting range here. And then we're going to get rid of some of these offsuit queens as well. So again, we're going to keep it very focused on offsuit king X and ace X there. So let's lock that in. And this is going to give us a pretty good starting point for how our opening range is going to be affected by this 3-bet tendency. Now, our starting point here is, wow, okay, basically just 2.2ing with most of our range. So the 3x is not coming in there a lot, but there are certain hands that are favoring it. Now we also need to do the same thing with the limp node once again, right? We need to reduce the frequency that they are actually raising with some of these candidates. Now, as you can see, the limping range, the raising range versus the limp is fairly linear. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lean into this a little bit and have them be a bit more on the linear side with it. We're going to increase the frequency that they raise with stuff like their suited aces. I'm actually going to have them raise all their suited aces. We're going to increase the frequency that they raise with stuff like their suited connectors. Then we're going to have king jack, queen jack, basically all their broadways. We're going to have them raise. And we're going to reduce the frequency with some of the other hands. So we're not really going to have them raise like these suited king X, queen X stuff. We're not really going to have them raise like jack 9 off, all this stuff. So really a linear approach, but there are a few kind of bluffs in there, some weaker offsuit stuff. So we're not completely removing their ability to bluff, but we are reducing it. We are reflecting a tendency that is just going to be under bluffing, right? We're reflecting a tendency that's not going to be going too hard against us here. And as you can see, we're still not really limping at all, right? We're not really taking any limp lines just because the EV is not significant, right? If we look at actual EVs for different hands, if we look at aces, for example, limping is clearly worse than any other option. Doesn't matter what size we raise to, it's just worse to limp with aces. And we look at, let's say, deuces, margin is a bit thinner, but again, limping is worse. 7 deuce off, limping is slightly worse. So there's just no hand in the deck where limping is better. There's no hand in the deck that benefits from limping in comparison to these other options because we're getting a slight overfold and a slight under 3-bet. So immediately, I think it's probably pretty reasonable to simply condense to a 2.2x size. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to node lock our strategy, and I'm just going to have us 2.2x everything. We don't have to actually edit the tree. We can just go with this, and then that's going to make life pretty simple for us going forward in terms of just understanding once we 2.2x every single hand, what do we do then? What do we do when we get 3-bet and so on? So this is now our opponent's strategy once again. And you can see that they're supposed to be jamming a lot of these hands. Again, they may not do this, but we are going to keep that in there because you will see that they will sometimes find some jams even at 40 bigs. But we're now going to look at what we do against the 3-bet, right? Because we do have a 3-bet range that does include some bluffs. It's pseudo balanced. But here's what it looks like. Here's what our response looks like. We have a lot of folding, first of all, right? A lot of hands that are folding to this 3-bet. If your opponent is under 3-betting by even a small amount, right? They're still 3-betting 12.5% here, and they are still bluffing some of these ace X hands, some of these king X hands. They're not devoid of bluffs here, right? They're not devoid of any kind of aggression that comes without a value hand. But we're still very passive against this 3-bet, or very tight against this 3-bet, really. We're not really going with any kind of particularly speculative responses. Now, obviously there's hands that are mixing here. I think in practice, it would probably be fine to just have stuff like 8-7, just call always, 6-5. Like I would just always call these suited connectors. Threes and deuces are folding at a decent rate. In fact, deuces is always folding, which is noteworthy here. But again, this is not considering a locked response to the all-in. So let's take a look at what that response would look like. Villain is supposed to be calling it off with all 6s plus, but they're also supposed to be folding stuff like ace-jack. They're supposed to be folding ace-10 suited, folding queen-jack suited. So there's a lot of weird stuff going on here. And I don't think necessarily that this is particularly representative. So let's lock in 6s plus. We're gonna have them always call 6s plus, but we're also gonna have them always call ace-jack. If they 3-bet ace-jack suited or offsuit, they're gonna call it. If they 3-bet king-jack suited, they're going to reluctantly call it. If they 3-bet king-queen off, they're going to reluctantly call it. Queen-jack suited, same thing. Maybe even ace-9 suited, they might reluctantly call off. So we're going to go with that. And then we're going to lock everything else on a fold. And what you'll find is that as soon as you start doing this, actually, I'm going to put ace-10 off in there as well. As soon as you start locking your opponent into a very specific response to a jam in cases like this. It now becomes much more feasible for the solver to just directly say, okay, these are the hands that benefit a ton from jamming, and these are the hands that don't. So we're going to probably see a pretty big deviation in terms of the 4-bet jamming range right away, just from the fact that we are forcing the solver to fold certain hands. And we're also forcing it to call off a little bit wider with some hands. Yeah, okay, pretty direct adjustment here. We're now in a situation where we have a very clear 4-bet jam range, 9s plus, ace-jack suited, ace-queen off, with 9s being the borderline. And a lot of these other hands just don't benefit from jamming anymore. If we look at the EV, eights is making about half a big blind more, no, not half a big blind, about a third of a big blind more by calling than it is by jamming. So even though eights might seem like an obvious jam, problem is villain's not 3-bet calling 7s, 6s, 5s often enough for us to get max value from jamming eights here. So very interesting kind of a setup in terms of our response to the 3-bet in this case. On top of that, we're going to start to see some weird lines coming up when we raise and we call a 3-bet, right? Because our range for calling a 3-bet is really restricted into suited Broadway, suited high card hands. So let's imagine that we raise, we get 3-bet, and then the flop comes queen, jack, 8, let's say, right? Queen, jack, 8, rainbow. I actually had a hand play out like this on a board like this in a heads-up match that I got into in a tournament a couple months back. I faced a flop bet and then a turn jam on this exact type of board. So it's an interesting spot to analyze. And what's first of all relevant here is take a look at how good this board is for us and how bad it is for them. We're actually making 51% of the pot here, and they're only making 48.5. We're making almost 52%, they're making 48%. So in terms of both EV and equity, this is actually a good board for us, even though they're the 3-better. And it's because they're not 3-betting a lot of queen X, jack X, 8X type stuff. And we are pretty condensed into a region of hands that interacts with this board. So they're not really supposed to be c-betting this board very often. But what if they do? What if they just range bet? What if we just lock and say, okay, they are now range betting this board, which I think is something that you will see. You will see people range betting in 3-bet pots very frequently, right? And this is going to allow us a pretty different response from what you might expect. If we look at what happens when they do bet 40%, we have one raise size, which is all in, and we're shoving king, queen off, ace 10 suited, queen 9 suited, etc. But we're actually calling at a very high frequency. We're calling 80% of the time here. We're even calling 4s, sometimes 5s, stuff like ace 5 backdoor, that sort of stuff. So we're pretty liberal with our continuing range here against this size. And we're also not really doing a ton to try to put pressure on by jamming. If we look at what their response is once we jam, they're actually supposed to call off with tons of hands here. And this is where it gets weird, because they're supposed to call stuff like ace 8, which probably not going to expect them to actually call. So what we're going to do is we're going to lock everything from basically second pair plus to call. And then we're going to lock pretty much, I would say, I guess 10s and 9s probably end up calling. Ace 8 or 9-8 probably ends up calling. King 10, ace 10 probably call. So we're going to go with that. And then we're going to lock everything else to fold. So we're actually going to lock ace 9, ace 8 to fold. 7s and below, all this stuff is going to fold. And this is about as comprehensive of a node lock as you can get here, because we've locked our opponent to range bet, and then we've also locked them to have a very specific response against the jam. And I think you'll also find that it's pretty realistic and pretty representative of how people are actually playing. So this is a good example of how an adaptation might work here when we're dealing with a specific type of heads-up opponent. And as you can see, we're now jamming a lot more. In fact, we're jamming hands like 5s and 4s as a bluff, and 3s. This is where it gets very weird. This is not a play that you would expect to see, but it is a play that's making money based on the fact that we're getting a fold 37% of the time. So very interesting and ambitious kind of a play there from the solver. If we look at the EVs of it, it's only making about a third of a big blind, 40% of a big blind, something like that. So it's definitely not a guarantee here that we're going to be very precise and we're going to be able to be very confident that EV is actually going to be achieved. But it is an interesting insight into things that do come up when you start running node locks and you start looking at what your opponents are doing in very specific betting lines. And this is a good example of some of the benefit that you can get from node locking when you're looking at very precise opponent strategies. What I'm now going to do is I'm going to take a quick look at some shallower stacks. So we're just going to decrease the stack size to 20. And we're not going to go through the whole node locking process, but I'm just going to take a quick overview of what these strategies at shallower stacks are going to look like, because that is something that is pretty important to be familiar with. Now, at 20 big blinds with a big blind ante, we are jamming quite a bit, first of all. The second thing is that we are not really raising very much. And when we do raise, we're basically using 2.2 instead of the basic min raise. Now, this is a product of the fact that we're doing so much limping. We're doing a lot of limping with a pretty middle strength range, but also a very protected one. And if you look at the graphic here on the right-hand side, it doesn't look the way it did before. It's not necessarily this same linear progression, right? You do have the top portion of the range that is raising a little bit more frequently than anything else, but that's only a very small portion of hands. It's only aces and some portion of kings. Everything else is doing a lot of mixing, except for, you can see that the jamming range is exclusively stuff that's in this good hands region, right? It's stuff that has more than 50% equity, but is going to be pretty vulnerable if it decides to limp, or it's going to be in some tough spots if it has to play post flop. So pretty clear perspective there on how our strategy is shifting. We're doing a lot more limping. Now, if I was to tweak the stack size again and go even further down to 10 big blinds, we're going to see everything shift even more drastically. And we're going to basically have no raises at all. We're going to have just a limping range and a jamming range. And there's certainly a point where we reach a threshold of this being the necessary shift that we have to make. Not always clear where that point is. A lot of the time it's between 12 and 15 bigs, where we just don't min raise anymore, we just limp or jam. But you can also see a very interesting trend here. Again, if you look at the equity categories, everything in the top two categories is basically always limping. And everything that's jamming is 60% equity or below. And in particular, the stuff that's jamming the most frequently is the stuff in that 50 to 60% equity bracket. So again, it's hands that are good enough to jam because they're going to have good equity when called, but it's hands that are not doing particularly well if they raise and then get shoved on or something like that, or if they limp and get shoved on. So a merged jamming range. And the other thing to note is the nature of the limping range. If you look at how it's constructed, what does this look like? This is a very polar limping range, right? We've got a bunch of weak hands down here. We've got a bunch of other weak hands here. We've got some sort of playable hands here, which are actually strong. And then we've got trappy stuff. We've got all the stuff that's like strong enough to just limp call off. And what you'll see is if we look at what happens if we limp and then the big blind jams for their remaining 9 bigs, we have clear calls and very clear folds. We've got all of this trashy stuff, which is a clear fold. We've got all of this trashy stuff, which is a clear fold. And then we've got everything else, which is a clear call. Now, it's confusing because the range that is a clear call here is actually including stuff like Queen 5 suited, 9-7 suited. These are not value hands necessarily, but they are strong enough that if you look at the pot odds that we're getting, we're limping and we're getting shoved on by 9 bigs. We need pot odds of 42.1% here, right? So we only need 42% equity. It's not that difficult to have 42% equity against a wide shoving range. So that's why hands like 9-7 are actually just limping and then calling it off. Interesting breakdown for this 10 big blind stack size as well. So we went through a few different things. We looked at 40, we looked at 20, we looked at 10. We just skimmed through a few different topics. But this is a good guideline as to how you can actually use tools like GTO Wizard AI to study something like Heads Up, because even though Hey everyone, welcome back to Insider Insights. I want to talk a little bit in this video about final table dynamics. They are very tricky to navigate. I talk about them a lot in coaching sessions. Stacks are uneven, ICM pressure is very real, and every decision feels like it really carries a lot of weight. But one of the biggest leaks I see is that players treat final table 3-betting scenarios a bit too much like the early game, when in fact they should be thinking in a lot more of a polarized kind of a manner. In a recent session, this came up in a really significant and important spot. In the hand in question, my student was on the button with a middle stack size of about 28 big blinds. The hijack opens, he 3-bets non-all-in to about 2.3 times the open size and gets jammed on. And here's what he told me.
I had ace jack suited, and it just felt like the kind of hand I could apply some pressure with without totally torching my stack if it went wrong.
Now, on the surface, this sounds pretty solid, but under the hood, the range construction wasn't aligned. We looked at the sim in the solver. The strong hands, like queens and ace king suited, were sometimes flatting and sometimes three betting small. The bluffs were coming from the suited wheel ace region, some of the suited broadways, and the medium strength hands are either flatting or folding in a lot of cases. In other words, the three bet range was polarized. It's not going to be merged in the same way that it would be in an earlier game situation. I told him when you three bet here, your hand should either want to induce action and get a shove or to get folds, nothing in between. Let me show you the sim that we were looking at for some context. So here's the same final table situation that we were looking at in the session. And as you can see, we've got about a 40 big blind average stack. The hijack's going to open off of 32 big blinds, and we are on the button here with approximately the same three bet size that was used in game. It's 5 big blinds here. It was a little bit smaller than that in the real spot, but pretty close. Now, as you can see, there's a very clear trend here in how the three bet range is constructed. If we highlight the specifics of the three bet range here, you can see that it is almost exclusively composed of quite clear value hands. So jacks plus, ace king suited, ace king off, and then you've got a suited ace region of bluffs with a little bit of some suited king X in there as well. You've also got ace jack offsuit and king queen offsuit that are serving as bluffs too. But it's a really, really specific range. And every single hand in this range has a very clear intent if it gets jammed on. If you look at the jam, we've got hands that snap, jacks plus and ace king, and then hands that fold. There's nothing in here that's indifferent against the shove. There's nothing in here that has a tough decision if it gets faced with the all in. And that's quite crucial to the strategy in this situation because we never want to be putting ourselves in too many indifferent situations. Avoiding being in indifferent situations and constructing our range in the right way to accomplish that is how we acquire EV in the long term. And putting our opponent in these indifferent situations is what we want. Three betting polar in this kind of situation really helps us with that goal. The student's response here was,
I kind of knew I wasn't supposed to be three betting that hand, but in the moment, it just felt like the strong thing to do.
and that moment obviously hit pretty hard because that's the crux. If you're trying to look strong, but you're not structuring your range intentionally, opponents with better knowledge are going to eat you alive because they're going to recognize that you have too many hands in that range that are unsure if they're three betting for value or if they're actually three betting as a bluff. So here's the upgrade to this approach going forward. At final tables, stop three betting hands you feel good about. Start building polarized ranges that serve a specific purpose. This is going to be a key focus inside the Alliance, which is the 10-week immersive program I'm running this summer for serious World Series of Poker players. Enrollment is open now, and if you want to convert final table spots into real finishes, this is where that work begins. I'll see you at the top. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to Poker Fluency, and today we're going to be looking at our multi-way database. It's our 5-handed database of artificial hands that I basically created using Hold'em Resources Calculator, where we're simulating a very passive environment with a lot of opponents who are playing a bit like the sort of standard kind of fish players that you'll see in a lot of live games and live environments. And the focus today, unlike last time, is going to be that we're going to go through some situations where instead of betting the flop, the solver is actually choosing to check raise the flop. Now, you can see our Hold'em Manager 3 view here. I haven't filtered the hands for the right portion of the database, so we are going to do that real quick. We need to filter for situations where it goes to the flop 5 ways. You can ignore this weird looking graph for now. So we're going to filter for action filters on the flop. We need players on flop is equal to 5, first of all. And then we're going to look at the hijack because that's the pre-flop raiser. We're also going to look at specifically flop action being check raise. So flop check raise is yes. So there we go. We're not going to look at anything else. Now, the reason why this is going to be interesting in particular is because we have a couple of different examples in this database, or a couple of different parts of this database, really. We have database of 5-handed spots where we are in the hijack, and 2 players have position on us, and 2 players are out of position against us. And then we have a database of spots where we are in the low jack, and we actually have 4 players that all have position on us. So that's what I'm going to pick out. I'm going to pick out the database here where we are in the under the gun. It calls it the under the gun position. So we're just going to go with that. It's going to be reflective of the frequencies that I plugged in for the spot, which is I had every player basically betting the flop for half pot 20% of the time when checked to. So pretty broad perspective on their frequencies. We're not really using different sizes or anything like that. We're just assuming a pretty standardized, I guess, approach from a lot of players, a broadly simplified kind of approach where they're only using one size of half pot. And because they're forced to bet the flop 20% of the time, that's actually in some cases going to be more than what the solver is going to want to bet, especially considering the size of half pot and considering a 5-way pot. On top of that, we've also plugged them in to essentially take a strategy where they're not folding very often versus a bet, where we're not going to see them doing very much folding. I think it was basically 50% fold frequency and then 5% raise and 45% call is what we're going to see them doing here, even to that half pot bet. And this is going to produce some really interesting results. It's going to produce some spots where if we look at what the solver is choosing to do, we're going to get a pretty clear perspective, I think, on the types of decisions that it's making when we're looking at potentially check raise bluffing, check raising for value, and so on. So we're going to just look at basically the last 100 hands that the solver picked to check raise, and we're just going to highlight all of these. So if I hit Control A to select all, and now we hit replay, so we can just use the hand replayer. This is now going to just allow us to pick through these spots. And in particular, because we're now going to be first to act of 5 players, this is going to be a spot where clearly our c-bet frequency is not going to be particularly high, right? So we're going to be dealing with a circumstance where we're actually checking a big chunk of our hands, not necessarily all of our hands, obviously, but pretty close to it in a lot of cases. And depending on the board texture, it may work out that we actually are checking all of our hands. It's just that we won't be doing that across all boards. So the solver is going to be picking various options here. Once we do decide to check, the solver is going to be picking the betting frequencies for the in-position players, obviously, according to that 20% metric that we gave it. It's also going to be deciding according to the EV of hands as to which hands our opponents are going to continue with or not. And the tricky part about that is that obviously that doesn't necessarily exactly replicate what they're really going to be doing, because there are plenty of situations where they're going to make mistakes. So it's not the easiest thing in the world to really establish. So we can see the full scope of the spot. And the 2 players in the blinds are not going to be in these hands, so we're not going to worry about them. So we have ace-9 suited, we're going to raise. And again, we get 4 calls, both blinds fold. And we get a flop of 10-7-3. Now, this is a board texture where I think in an environment full of a lot of passive players, even some of the more passive players are going to find a decent chunk of bets here. And in particular, they're going to be a little bit more concerned about betting their strong hands, or they're going to be more eager to bet their strong hands, is what I mean, because of the fact that there's draws out there, right? So when that actually happens, that's an incentive for us to expect that maybe they are betting a bit too often, and that we can do very well by check raising. Now, in this case, middle position flops a gut shot and a flush draw. They bet. Middle position, hijack here actually calls with Jack 8. This is a spot where I definitely think this call is a product of the fact that we told the solver it's not allowed to fold like more than a certain amount. It's only able to fold 50%. If you let the solver make the decision itself, I definitely think it wouldn't continue with this hand, because this is a pretty trashy hand against half pot here with 2 players to act behind. But it does call, and it also calls with the a7 of diamonds here. So we're getting, again, some pretty passive play. And this, for those of you who play relatively low stakes, this might be pretty familiar. This might be a spot where you actually do see exactly this kind of thing happening quite a lot. A bet from a hand that flops a pretty good draw, a call from a hand that flops a pretty bad draw, and then another call from a hand that flops a really bad middle pair with very little equity. And then we have the nut flush draw facing a bet and 2 calls. Now, the options that I gave in terms of check raising here, I gave a 3.5x. I also gave a check jam. Let's see what the solver goes with. We know it's going to check raise because that's what we picked in terms of a sample. It goes for the check raise to 3.5. The jack 8 of clubs with a gut shot decides to jam. The other two fold, we call, and we win. So that's a good outcome, right? Check raising the nut flush draw there worked out really well for us. We got our opponent to put in a lot of money with an inferior draw. So obviously, solver decided the check raise was good, and I think we can pretty comfortably say that was correct. Now, this is a fun one because we get a couple of flats from Queen 9 offsuit, which is clearly one of the worst hands that we would expect the button or cutoff to have here. It's a pretty bad hand to be flatting in this kind of a spot. Now, ignore the fact that the big blind folded 7-6 of spades. The reason for that is because this whole database is hands where the small blind and big blind are forced to fold, or at least this portion of the database where we're out of position against 4 opponents first to act. The blinds are forced to fold, so ignore that. So we get 10s and we go to a flop 5 ways. It's 8-3 deuce. Now this is a very good example of the kind of board that would function really well as a range check because of the fact that all 4 opponents can have all 3 sets. We can't have deuces and 3s, or at least we shouldn't have deuces and 3s opening in this spot at this depth. And in particular, the availability of equity for all 4 players here is pretty good. They're going to have 8x, they're going to have gut shots, they're going to have other straight draws, they're going to have flush draws, all sorts of stuff. So checking a lot, checking entire range is going to work pretty well. We do check, middle position bets, ace 10 and both queen 9s fold. And again, we check raise, we go 3.5x because that's the only size we're allowed in this spot. And middle position decides to just call. Turn is a 4 of spades. This is a pretty interesting turn card. You would probably expect that this spot would play out as a jam from the pocket 10s here, right? Maybe to get called by an 8 or something like that. But not only does pocket 10s check, but when King Jack bets 40% or so of pot, 10s folds. Now, why might that be happening? There's a couple of things. Number one, pocket 10s does not beat any value hands here in the range of the middle position player. Middle position isn't able to bet even a hand like 9s here for value. 8x doesn't bet for value here, or at least they shouldn't. Now, in practice, maybe they do, but I actually think real-world players are going to play pretty similar to that. They're not really going to bet 9s or an 8 very often facing a check raise on the flop here. And then on top of that, there's 2 other problems. The first problem is that we're drawing dead against the nuts. We're drawing dead against ace 5 or 6-5. And middle position has a bunch of combos of those hands in their range. We're also drawing incredibly thin against a set, which is not helpful. And crucially, we have the 10 of hearts. The 10 of hearts is probably one of the worst cards for us to have here because heart draws, including the 10, are probably some of the most common heart draws for middle position to have. Queen 10, king 10, jack 10, 9, 10, etc. So even though we check raise the flop for value, on this particular turn card, we actually have to check fold. And this is the kind of play that people, I can promise you, do not make. Nobody realistically is recognizing that they are supposed to check fold 10s now after check raising the flop. But if you can make these folds by recognizing that even though you have a pretty good hand, you actually don't beat any value and you're blocking a bunch of bluffs. You're even blocking stuff like, I don't know, ace 10 of spades that floats the flop, right? You're actually blocking that, which is one of Villain's potential bluffs here. I think it's a really interesting play by the solver, and it's a great example of a spot that I think a human player isn't going to find, but against the average kind of environment that you're going to be in, it's pretty good. So really interesting play there. Now solver opens king 7 of hearts. Again, 4 calls, 2 offsuit hands, and we flop the second nuts. Not the nuts, but the second nuts. And unfortunately, hijack has ace 5 of hearts. But we check. Middle position flops 2 pair as well, and they decide to bet. So a lot of these are spots at middle position bets. And hijack calls, cutoff folds, and button folds, which we would expect. We decide to check raise, which I think is very logical given that we flopped a flush. Middle position just calls, and then hijack jams. And we would expect this jam to come from a range of pretty much flushes and maybe some ace of hearts type stuff as well that exists in there. We obviously can't fold, and middle position does actually fold. So we just get cooled off. Not really too much to talk about there. That's a pretty straightforward one. Next one, we have 4s. We get, again, 4 calls, and again, 3 offsuit hands this time. And we flop a set once more. So let's see how we play it this time. Again, we're going for the check raise because that's what's in the database. Middle position doesn't bet this time because middle position has nothing at this point. And it's actually the hijack that bets. Cutoff calls, button also calls. So another good spot where we get a call from a middle pair, a call from a random gut shot, and then we get to check raise. And again, we're going to 3.5x. We're pretty much just setting up a turn jam. And we actually get 3 folds, or 4 folds, really. Now, I think in practice, I don't know if I expect people to actually fold Jack 10 here. I think some people will. I think at certain levels, certain stakes, you'll find that fold getting made. But I also think that it's pretty difficult to really accurately estimate which players are going to be the ones who fold top pair and which players are going to be the ones who just will never fold top pair, right? So it's not really that easy to creatively bluff using this line based on the expectation that they fold top pair, for example. So not really too much we can learn from this one. Definitely a spot that we do think seems pretty realistic, though, in terms of the calls that get made. And we check raise bottom set, go it through. King 6 of clubs. Again, get 4 calls. We flop 2 clubs on a queen, queen 9. This is pretty interesting. Now, pocket 10s does bet here with no club. This is a little bit on the thin side when it comes to value betting. And half pot is not going to be a particularly favorable size on a board that is paired, especially 5 ways. So this is certainly representative of the fact that I basically forced the solver to take a certain kind of a strategy across all flops here. But nevertheless, we do get a fold from the hijack, call from the cutoff, fold from button, and then we go for the check raise. This is a really good spot as well because the fact that the middle position player is betting hands like 10s here forces them into a really tough spot when they face that check raise. And of course, cutoff calling with 9x. I think this is a spot where in practice, if once a middle position player folds here, might be a little tougher to expect cutoff to fold a 9. I think some players will call a 9, some players won't. But it is very reasonable to check raise a hand like King 6. We have the second nut flush draw. We're going to be doing pretty well on the vast majority of turn cards. And the more we think that a 9 is going to potentially fold, the better this check raise becomes. So again, solver has figured out that check raising King 6 is good here, and we do get it through. So now we have 5-4. We open queen 10 calls, 10s calls, 6-5 calls, ace 6 off calls. And flop comes ace jack 4. Clearly, this is the first spot we've seen where this is clearly a low equity check raise bluff, right? Pocket 10s fires a bet here. This is pretty surprising. Like I say, we forced the solver to bet here at a frequency that's higher than what it actually wanted to bet. So this is why this hand is creeping in there. Ace 6 off should not be in the flatting range, of course, but it does call. And then we find the check raise with 5-4 diamonds. Now, the main reason why this works is we block bottom set, right? Obviously, middle set is part of the ranges that we're up against. The ranges do have ace jack in them and things like that, but bottom set is one of the more likely strong hands that do exist on this board. Everybody can have pocket 4s in this spot. And ace 4 is also in there, right? Ace 4 being blocked is helpful as well. We're blocking 2 pair, we're blocking a set. We do also have a tiny bit of backdoor equity in the form of a backdoor straight draw. We can turn a 3 or a deuce. And on top of that, we have a nice bit of unblocking power against a lot of the hands that might bet the flop, but can't really continue. So stuff like Broadway draws, things like that, stuff like a weak ace, like exactly ace 6. So the solver does come with the check raise, and the ace 6 does call, so it decides to go for bluff catching, basically just hanging on here. And turn is a 3, and we go 40% basically. So pretty small size, but it's essentially a 2e size, I think, because if we bet this size here and get called, we're going to be shoving river for 190 into 480-ish. So yeah, this is 2e, I think, here, basically. And ace 6 does call again. We then river a king of spades, and we jam. So this is a pretty ballsy bluff here. 5-4 diamonds, just yeeting it off, and it's going to get through, I think. Yeah, it gets through ace 6 with a spade. Can't call there. So it's a river card that is pretty tricky for a lot of the buttons range here. And this is another perfect example of the database that I plugged in here. I did plug in a very slight overfold on the river in certain spots, but I didn't actually plug it in the check raise lines. So what we've got here is the solver telling us that even if our opponent plays optimally on turn and river, this is actually a good line. And your opponents are largely not going to take these lines. They're really not going to be able to find lines like this because they're just not going to be check raising the 5-4 in the first place. And if you can find these lines, if you can take advantage of this kind of approach, it's a very powerful line. Next one, we have threes. Not really an advisable open in a lot of spots here, but we did put it in our range just to see what the solver does. And again, we flop bottom set, middle position bets, 2 folds, queen 9 calls, we check raise, king queen calls. So all very straightforward so far. Turn quads, we check, makes sense. Check back, queen river, we check. Oh, middle position. Wow, okay. So this is curious, right? First of all, I'm pretty surprised we checked with threes, but I guess it would probably be because some of the draws got there. So we're just hoping that the draws are going to bet and the missed flush draws are going to bet too. But I'm also pretty surprised middle position check back a queen, right? Solver doesn't want to value bet even when we river top pair here. And it just mostly comes down to the fact that under the gun very rarely has worse that can call. They very rarely have a 10. They very rarely have an 8. So a queen is actually just a kind of a mediocre hand here on the river, and middle position does check back and get away with it. So that's interesting. Now we have the queen 9. Again, 4 calls, and we flop top 2. This is going to be a pretty straightforward one as well. Middle position bets, hijack calls, cutoff. Oh, wow, it's not straightforward. Cutoff raises. So cutoff is, like I said, we did plug in only a 5% raising frequency for all of these players, right? They're not bluff raising the flop very much, but this is one of the spots where the solver did manage to find one of these bluffs. Now, obviously, not a lot of real opponents are going to do this, but it is interesting that the solver found it. It's a pretty good bluffing candidate because we do have a blocker to king queen. We have a blocker to a set of 4s. We have a backdoor straight draw as well, so we can turn a 10 or a jack for a gutter. We just jam and we get 3 folds. That worked out pretty easy for us, but that was good. Ace jack. We get 4 calls once again. 6-4 off calling on the button. Wow. I really did give the button a wide range here. We check. The nuts bets. Everyone else folds. We raise. The nuts calls. We check the turn. Okay. We actually turned a gut shot, but we still check. That's interesting. Check back. We river straight. That kind of sucks because we're definitely going to pay off here. Yeah, so it goes check call. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm a little surprised to see a check call on the river. I think, though, that this might be a spot where the fact that we weren't really allowed or weren't really able to factor in block bets very much into the database here might be affecting things to some degree, but it is naturally a board run out where when we do happen to river a straight and we have a club in our hand, we're just going to get stacked. That's just going to happen. But the check back on the turn from middle position is very logical there with the nuts, helps protect their range. And the flop check raise with this particular hand candidate, I wouldn't really say I'm that intrigued by the flop check raise because it makes sense here that this hand would be at least a check raise at some frequency. What I am curious about is the fact that the solver chose not to bet the turn, even when we actually turn a gutter and we still have the club, and it's a pretty decent turn card for us to barrel. Intrigued by that, but does go check on turn, and river plays itself. So interesting spot right there. Through some more pocket 10s. Ace queen suited obviously should 3-bet here, but won't in practice a lot of the time. Again, we flop middle set. So there's just a lot of hands in this database, obviously, where we're flopping very strong hands. We check raise, ace queen of clubs calls, and we bet, again, 2E, 40% on turn, shove river. Yep, pretty reasonable. Nothing too much to say there. I want to really try to find a few hands where we actually fire out some bluffs here with the check raise, but yeah, okay. Middle position bets, we raise, we flop trips. Again, 2E turn, call. Jam, river, fold. Okay, yeah, pretty straightforward. Ace 5 of hearts. I want to find more like that 5-4 of diamonds one where we just put the raise in with bottom pair. This one's weird. Okay, so ace 5 bets. Set of 10s calls. We're actually up against 4 decent hands here, which is surprising. We've got ace 5, 10s, 8s, and 6s. So, ace 5 bets, 10s calls, 8s calls. That is surprising. This is definitely a product of the fact that I forced the opponent to play too passively here. This is the kind of play that at equilibrium or in an optimal kind of environment, this is like massively punty. It's just terrible to call here with 8s. But they do call, and even 6s calls. Wow, this is definitely a product of me forcing them to be super passive. So all 3 players call here, bizarrely, and then we find a raise with ace 5. Now, let's be clear here, this is a bluff. This is very much a bluff. This is not a value raise. It's a bluff that is targeting a better ace, basically. The reason why it's being made, or the reason why the solver's going with it here, is because if we call here, we are guaranteed to go to the turn 5 ways first to act. And that is a really problematic prospect. We're not going to realize a lot of equity like that at all. And we're just going to lose the hand far too much. So turning this hand into a bluff, considering that we block a lot of strong stuff, is helpful. We do get a fold from another ace-5. So we bluffed off a chop there. We get called by 10s, 8s and 6s fold. Turns a 7, which is a bad card, although we do jam and we just get snapped. So this is a weird one because it really doesn't feel like a bluff, but it is, in that the hands that we're targeting on this turn, we're now targeting stuff like ace-9 and ace-8 that just got counterfeited, right? So it's a very weird line overall by the solver, but it makes sense given how much dead money was out there on the flop and how detrimental it is to go to the turn out of position here 5 ways. So interesting spot. Ace-king off. Again, 4 calls, all from suited hands this time. And we flop top 2, 5-4 flops the flush, and bets, deuce calls. We do actually raise here. I would think that the main reason for raising here is, again, avoiding being out of position 3 ways on the turn, but also being able to deny some equity to some straight draws and some single diamond hands. 5-4 jams. And do we call? Let's see. I think we call. Yeah, we have to call. I guess the flush jamming here does make sense, but we're still live even against flushes. So, we have to call off, and we do just get stacked. King, queen of diamonds, jack 9, 7-5, king 7, ace 10. We're going to go with, oh, wow, we flopped the nuts, but with no redraw. So this is a great example of a hand that really wants to check raise, right? This hand really wants to check raise because it wants to get the money in now. So jack 9 does bet. This is a bluff. This is certainly not a value bet, basically. It's a product of us forcing this hand or this range to bet more often. And hijack folds, cutoff folds. Ace 10 does just call. Hey everyone. Hey everyone, welcome back to Insider Insights. Now, I want to talk about a concept that came up in a coaching session a while back that I think is really important for tournaments. It relates to flop bet sizing. Now, most players in tournaments in particular are going to stick to a lot of small sizes on the flop. And there's a pretty good reason for that because these are good sizes in a lot of spots. But in a recent session, we looked at a board texture where small bets were not really going to cut it. And what we discovered was that the player was falling into a common trap, which is hedging towards small sizings because we're unsure, instead of cultivating the ability to recognize the times when a big bet is actually the highest EV path. We were reviewing a spot where my student opened in the low jack with 70 big blinds and the big blind called. The flop comes 9-8-4 with 2 spades. Pretty connected, open-ended straight draw, and 2-tone board. And I asked the student what size he was betting in this spot and with which hands. And his instinct really was small size or check. Now that hesitation is pretty natural, but on this board, it can lead to a lot of missed value. Because the truth is that small bets don't really function particularly well here. We pulled up a sim and it actually preferred to use a geometric sizing quite close to pot, setting up for 3 streets of value here with a lot of our overpairs. And the reason for that is because our overpairs and our combo draws, they want to get stacks in pretty fast. And of course, we get to bluff with a polarized range as well. We get to bluff with the bottom of our range for a big size too. And betting small just doesn't build the pot very aggressively. And more importantly, the sim showed that if we can't bet small, we have to commit to using the big size with a well-structured range and not just with premium hands. That's where a lot of players tend to struggle. Let me show you the sim that we looked at just to explain it in a bit more depth. So this is the sim that we were looking at. As you can see, 70 big blind starting stacks, 9-8-4, 2 spades, low jack, big blind. And I've run a sim with multiple different sizes allowed using GTO Wizard AI. And as you can see, what's most interesting about this is that there are no small sizes being used. 1% of the 20% size, 0.2%, 40% size. But generally, the 75% and the 96% geometric size are used quite frequently. We're only checking about a third of the time here. We're betting quite often, but when we do bet, we have to use these bigger sizes because a lot of our strongest hands really want to get money in the pot right now. If we look at the distribution of the two ranges here, we have significantly more really strong hands than our opponent, 20% to 3.6% best hands, and we have very little trash in our range. So it's a really good situation here for us to get money in the pot with the overpairs, apply a lot of pressure to that range, deny some equity to the overcards, but also give ourselves the best chance of growing the pot and being able to get maximum value from these hands right away, as well as being able to bluff at a high frequency with some hands that are at the very bottom of our range. If we look at the trash hands region, obviously there's not much in there, but if we look at the weak hands too, there's plenty of hands here like ace deuce of clubs or diamonds, ace three of clubs or diamonds, king seven of clubs or diamonds. Plenty of hands that are quite low down in our range that are actually able to fire out big bets here because that polarizing size has a lot of benefit for the bottom of our range, just like it does for the top. So this is the strategy for this kind of a board. And it's a great example of hedging and going for a small size. It may not cost you that much EV overall in theory, but in practice, when you can't easily compensate by betting bigger on later streets to grow the pot size with your value hands, it does actually cost you quite a bit. Interesting spot. So the student said in this case,
My instinct in that spot was to either bet small or check. I wasn't really confident about betting big, it just didn't feel as safe. So I kind of default to the smaller size.
exactly, that's the leak. Betting small because it feels safer. But as we saw in the sim, that just leads to under-realizing a lot of your equity and getting into a lot of spots where you can't build the pot significantly enough to benefit that value portion of your range. And in these spots, betting big or checking and avoiding that hedge is a very valuable approach, specifically because of how tricky it's going to be for your opponent to respond against that big bet. So here's the mindset shift that we want to make. Stop defaulting to small bets when you're unsure of what to do. Start asking, does this board require a big sizing in order for me to get the most money in now with the value portion of my range? And if the answer is yes, you don't hedge. You commit to a big sizing. You structure your range in the right way. You have a betting range and a checking range, and you're okay with the idea that some hands can't bet. They can't bet small, they have to check, or they have to bet bigger. This kind of nuanced strategy is what we're going to be working through in the Alliance. That's my 10-week immersive WSOP training program for this summer in 2025. Enrollment is open now, so if you want to walk into Vegas knowing exactly when to pull the trigger on these big bets, this is your chance to find out. I'll see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back to Insider Insights. When it comes to tournaments, a lot of players enter early game situations with kind of a default mindset. Play tight, avoid mistakes, and just 3-bet when the hand feels strong enough. But in a coaching session that I had a little while back, a student shared a common idea that opened the door to a much deeper conversation. He said,
I guess I'm just not really comfortable building a wide strategy here, so I end up being kind of straightforward.
that's where we started. But where we ended up, well, that's what this episode is all about. We looked at a common early game spot, middle position facing an under the gun open, 100 big blinds deep. The student outlined his 3-bet range as mostly value hands.
Probably nines plus, ace queen suited, ace king, and maybe ace five suited, but that's probably too loose.
His flatting range was similarly quite narrow, mostly suited aces, low pairs, and a few suited connectors. But when we looked at the overall construction, something specific stood out. He actually had too much value in his 3-bet range and not enough bluffs. At first, he assumed the solution was simple,
I probably just need to add more bluffs.
but that wasn't quite right. The real issue is that his value range was too thin. He was 3-betting hands like 9s and 10s that actually perform better as flats, especially against early position opens. In the session, we discussed how these hands struggle when they face 4-bets. They're not thrilled to get stacks in, and they don't do well post-flop on many boards. So instead of widening his range by bluffing more, the better shift was to 3-bet more selectively for value and flat more often with strong but not premium hands.
Let's take a look at a sim to show you what I mean here. So here's the sim that we looked at in the coaching session that I was talking about. It's 100 big blinds chip EV. We're going to have an under the gun open, and we're going to be in the low jack right here. And as you can see, the strategy here has quite a lot of mixing going on in there. Not only are we incorporating hands into our calling range, like tens, jacks, queens, kings, even at some frequency, also ace king off, a lot of ace queen, a lot of suited broadways. But on top of that, we've also got these suited connector hands showing up quite a bit in the 3-bet range. And of course, we've got a lot of these other different types of strong suited hands mixing in some 3-bets as well. So what this is doing is allowing us to defend effectively against squeezes when that occurs, and also make sure that our ranges in 3-bet pots are not too heavy on high card hands and strong pairs, and devoid of any of those suited connector hands and hands that interact well with low board textures. So this is a very well-rounded 3-bet approach here that is going to serve really well in the early game scenarios. And in particular, a lot of those hands that are not strong enough to get stacks in, but are still reasonably good, they're actually mixing both options here. If we go back to the original view, you can see that the tens, the nines, the jacks, the queens, the kings, the ace kings even, there are no hands in that region that are pure 3-bets in this case. Even ace king suited is flatting a tiny frequency. In fact, the only pure 3-bet is aces in this case, which is really interesting. And of course, this is a drastic change from what most people are actually implementing in real game scenarios here. This right here was the light bulb moment for our student. The student said,
If I'm only 3-betting nutted hands, that's kind of a mistake. It'd be easy to play against.
exactly. We explored how predictable ranges get punished, especially by the players left to act behind us. If your flatting range looks weak and capped, opponents can squeeze quite aggressively. If your 3-bet range has no board coverage, you get crushed every time it comes a low board in a 3-bet pot. So the solution isn't just more aggression, it's a smarter structure to your ranges. Here's the adjustment that we can make. Stop thinking of early game 3-betting as tight or loose. Start thinking about it in terms of, does this range give me post-flop flexibility? Does it protect my flatting range? Does it pressure the weak opening ranges in certain scenarios? This is the kind of deep structural range construction work that we'll be doing inside the Alliance. 10-week immersive program that kicks off this summer. Enrollment is open now, so if you're planning to play live this summer and want to show up with Hey everyone, welcome back to Insider Insights. I want to talk a little bit today about a concept that came up in a session recently. It's a concept from tournaments, and it relates to really how players approach playing from the small blind against an open. In the session that I want to talk about, I was talking with a student about suited hands in particular, and how a lot of those hands, even some of the ones that you wouldn't necessarily expect, can become pretty serious contributors to your EV in a lot of different situations. And the key to unlocking these or understanding them is recognizing how they interact with the bottom portion of your opponent's offsuit opening range. Let me explain a little bit what I mean. We started with a spot where the button opens to 2.2 big blinds, and we're in the small blind with 44 bigs. Not really a super deep stack, but we're not at a point in the tournament yet where there's any significant amount of ICM. We're basically still playing chip EV. And I asked the student what his 3-bet range would look like in this spot. And his response was,
8s plus. Suited aces like ace queen suited, ace jack suited, and maybe bluff with some suited connectors.
but what we uncovered from this was that his range construction was actually missing a pretty critical category of hands. And that's the suited hands that are going to be able to fold out stronger offsuit hands from the opening range. This is where the real edge in 3-bet bluffing is going to live. We pulled up a sim and I asked him, why do you think a hand like Queen 8 suited 3-bets here, but Queen 9 offsuit folds? Well, the answer lies in targeting. If the button is opening Queen 9 off and folding it to a 3-bet, then our suited Queen 8, even though it looks weaker, is actually attacking the fringe of their range and benefiting a lot from folding out that portion of hands. The explanation I gave in the session was, if your suited hand can fold out a better offsuit hand,
That's a massive win for our equity, especially with blockers to some of the hands that might 4-bet or other hands that might continue. In other words, bluffing with Queen 8 suited is a pretty solid boost for our EV because we're folding out Queen 9 offsuit. If we were to bluff with Queen 9 offsuit ourselves, that wouldn't apply. Let me show you the sim that we looked at in the session. So here is our sim that we were looking at. It's actually a 50% ICM sim, so a little bit of ICM creeping in, small risk premium, not quite chip EV exactly. But as you can see, this is the spot where the button opens off of a fairly big stack and the small blind has 44 big blinds. Now, if we focus in on the hands that are 3-betting here, you can see that a lot of these middle strength hands, a lot of these middle card suited hands in particular, are 3-bet bluffing at quite a high rate. They're also mixing calls, but they do function quite well as 3-bets. You can see some of the suited kings in there, and of course, a lot of the suited middle hands as well. Now, in particular, the reason these hands are in there at some rate is because of what we just mentioned. It's because if you look at the button's folding range versus the 3-bet, we're targeting all of this stuff. We're targeting being able to get folds from this region of middle strength offsuit hands. It's a very significant region of hands because there's 12 combos of each of these hands. And being able to get folds from all of these really increases and improves our equity when we actually arrive at a flop. And of course, it does allow us to get plenty more folds pre-flop as well. Now, we are folding out some weaker hands, but we don't really mind that much because we're out of position, and a lot of these hands have pretty good equity when it goes to a flop anyway. So ultimately, targeting these portions of the opening range is going to be really valuable for us here. And that's what we talked about in this session. Now, at one point in the session, the student actually said this.
I've always thought of those hands as kind of useless. Like, they don't seem strong enough to 3-bet, but not weak enough to fold.
Exactly, and that's why most players overlook these hands. But once you recognize that their job is to fold out slightly better hands and to still have equity when they get called, everything changes about how you construct your range. So here's the adjustment that we want to make. Stop thinking about hand strength in a vacuum. We want to start asking, what does this hand fold out? What does it block? What does it unblock? What kind of equity gain am I achieving when they fold some of these better combos? And how can I target specifically the hands that they are raise folding to a 3-bet? It's usually going to be the offsuit portion that's towards the bottom of their range. This is the kind of next level range construction process we'll be diving into this summer inside the Alliance. That's my 10-week immersive training experience for World Series of Poker players. Enrollment for 2025 is open now, and if you want to build 3-bet ranges that print and not just play tough in a generic way, this is where you start. See you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome to Insider Insights. I want to tell you a little bit about a coaching session I had a while back. I was coaching a student who said something that I've heard a lot of times from tournament players.
I guess I just try to be more aggressive than most people.
Now that sounds like a good instinct, but it actually reveals a bit of a hidden leak because aggression by itself isn't really a strategy. In fact, it often leads players into a lot of low EV or even negative EV bluffs and missed value spots. The real skill is knowing where your opponents are going to overfold. In the coaching session, we talked about where this player's edge was actually coming from, and he said,
I kind of know I'm not really as studied as I could be, so I just try to push people off hands.
and when I asked, where do you think the biggest edges come from in tournament poker? His answer was,
Probably from pushing people around when they don't want to play big pots.
that's a really common belief, and it's not really wrong, but it is incomplete. Because to exploit a lot of these opponents effectively, you don't just need to be aggressive, you need to be precise. Here's what I explained in that session. You don't need to be aggressive in every pot. You need to be aggressive in the spots where your opponents are overfolding. We sometimes refer to these spots as hotspots, decision points where population tendencies consistently leak EV. And once you can identify those hotspots, your aggression becomes much more targeted, becomes highly profitable.
Now let me show you a quick example of what that looks like in a real sim. So here's our sim over in GTO Wizard. It's a fairly straightforward 50 big blind spot, hijack versus big blind, and we have a king 7 deuce rainbow flop. Now we are going to essentially range bet this board, as you can see, and villain is going to continue at a pretty high rate considering how small our bet size is at 20% here. Let's go with a 9 of hearts here as the turn card first of all. Now this is going to be an example of a situation where I think we're probably reasonably unlikely to see villain overfolding substantially. And the reason is because they have quite a few hands here that actually pick up draws that are going to have decent equity. So if we look at our overbet and then villain's response here, they're going to have obviously a lot of king X, and then they're going to have quite a few hands that pick up that heart draw or pick up some kind of a straight draw that are going to potentially continue at a pretty good rate. They never really have to worry too much about continuing with any super weak hands here. There isn't really any 7x without hearts that's coming in at a significant frequency here. They're mostly just going to be able to continue with a king or some kind of combo draw or some kind of pair plus a heart draw. It's relatively straightforward. However, if we switch this turn card to a 4 of clubs, take a look at what they're supposed to do. Well, first of all, they're supposed to donk the turn a little bit, which is very surprising, but let's get rid of that just for simplicity. And if we look at, once again, the same sizing here, the overbet size from us, we are facing a spot where villain is actually supposed to still continue with a 7 fairly often. They're supposed to call some jack 7, 10 7, 9 7, 8 7, hands like that here. And even hands like ace 5 off, even hands like 5-4 suited if they floated with a backdoor and then they picked up a 4. So this is a situation where it's really hard to imagine our opponent being able to continue the 40% or so of the time that they're actually supposed to here. So we probably can make a lot more bluffs successfully here than what we're supposed to be able to do. So a great example of a hotspot, especially when you compare it to the 9 of hearts turn where people pick up a lot of draws and it's not that difficult for them to figure out what to continue with even versus an overbet. And in that specific session, the student paused for a bit and said,
I've never really thought about where they fold, just that I should try to make them fold.
that is a turning point. Because once you start replacing volume of aggression with precision aggression, that's when your game really starts evolving. So here's your challenge for this week. Look back at a recent hand where you barreled on the turn and ask yourself, do I think I'm actually getting an overfold in this spot? If you're not sure, that's okay. This is exactly the kind of gap we're going to be closing inside the alliance. Here are 3 reasons why you're losing money defending the big blind. Number 1, you're not 3-betting enough. If you're anything like most players, you're very happy to call from the big blind when you're getting a good price, and the only times you actually 3-bet are when you have a really good hand. Depending on stack sizes, either these hands or these hands could be really good 3-bet bluff candidates. Number 2, you're calling too many trashy offsuit hands. These hands are especially bad at realizing equity at deep stacks, particularly against multiple opponents. And number 3, you're playing far too passively post-flop. The point of defending the big blind isn't to try to make a big hand, it's to fight for the pot. If you want more tips like these, follow me at PokerFluency for some more. Here are 3 reasons why you're losing money defending the big blind. Number 1, you're not 3-betting enough. If you're anything like most players, you're very happy to call from the big blind when you're getting a good price, and the only times you actually 3-bet are when you have a really good hand. Depending on stack sizes, either these hands or these hands could be really good 3-bet bluff candidates. Number 2, you're calling too many trashy offsuit hands. These hands are especially bad at realizing equity at deep stacks, particularly against multiple opponents. And number 3, you're playing far too passively post-flop. The point of defending the big blind isn't to try to make a big hand, it's to fight for the pot. If you want more tips like these, follow me at PokerFluency for some more. Here are 3 reasons why you're losing money defending the big blind. Number 1, you're not
If you're watching endless poker videos but don't feel like you're actually improving, here's what's going wrong. You don't have an information problem. You have an integration problem and an implementation problem. You're taking in a ton of ideas from different sources, but you don't have a way to actually integrate them into your strategy and put them into practice. The biggest issue here is that all this information that you're taking in is delivered verbally, just like most other forms of learning, including this video. However, when you're actually making a decision at the table and you're under pressure, your brain's ability to employ complex reasoning actually starts to break down. If you're trying to remember a checklist of questions to ask yourself during a hand, it's very unlikely to actually work effectively. Instead, try taking the information that you see in training videos or solver outputs and transforming it into short, concise messages of just a few words, which can help you connect ideas together in-game and form the basis of heuristics for decision making. For example, you might use something like paired flop bet small or more polarized bigger bets to help you navigate post-flop scenarios. This approach is much more likely to help you integrate and implement the strategies that you're studying. If you want some more advice on how to study poker effectively, check out the free content on my website, pokerfluency.com, and make sure you share this video with your study group. If you're watching, think back to the last time you busted a poker tournament. Could you have played the hand differently and maybe avoided busting the tournament? If so, I've got good news for you. It doesn't matter. Let me explain. In my 12 years as a tournament poker coach, I've seen recreational players exhibit one specific tendency more often than any other. As soon as they bust the tournament, their first question is, could I have played the hand differently and avoided busting? Why is this a problem? Well, in simple terms, the answer is always yes. Even if you busted by calling off your stack with pocket aces pre-flop, you could still have avoided busting by folding, even though it obviously would have been a huge mistake. What it comes down to is the fact that you happen to bust out on that hand doesn't have anything to do with whether or not you made the right play. If you play tournaments regularly, busting after making a good play is going to happen pretty often. In fact, if you're playing well, the vast majority of the times you bust a tournament, it's going to be as a result of making the best play and getting unlucky. When you find yourself asking this question, what's really happening is it's highlighting a lack of confidence in your game, or just lack of knowledge about a specific situation. Think about it, you'd never question whether or not you made the right play if you called it off with aces, because you know calling it off with aces is the right decision. But let's say you called off your stack with pocket sixes, or 3-bet jammed with ace-5 suited, or bluffed all in on the river with 8 high. Those are much more ambiguous spots. If somebody could tell you with 100% certainty that you did make the best play, you probably wouldn't sweat it too much. But the fact that you don't know is what causes you to think it was a mistake. The resolution here, just like in many other cases, is simply to study the spot in detail. And once you arrive at the conclusion that you truly did make the highest EV play according to the info you had at the time you played the hand, you simply learn from it and you move on to the next tournament. That's all you can do. If you found this advice valuable, I've been coaching poker for 12 years now, and here are the 3 most common mistakes I see from low-stakes tournament players. Number 1 is going to be overvaluing a 25 to 40 big blind stack before the bubble. If you have 30 big blinds or so, something in that area, your stack is not that valuable. You have to play aggressively and get your chips in to try to accumulate a bigger stack. Number 2 is going to be an overall lack of post-flop aggression. You're going to need to take pots down without showdown in order to win tournaments. You have to be playing aggressively, check raising, c-betting, double barreling, triple barreling, etc. Number 3 is going to be playing too much push-fold poker at about 15 to 20 big blinds. You don't need to be open shoving 20 big blinds very often at all. You can min raise, you can even 3-bet fold, you can call from the big blind. There's all sorts of ways to actually play a lot of poker, even at shallow stacks. So consider these pieces of advice and hopefully you'll crush your next tournament. Follow me for a few more tips. I've been coaching poker for 12 years now, and here are the 3 most common mistakes I see from low-stakes tournament players. Number 1 is going to be overvaluing a 25 to 40 big blind stack before the bubble. If you have 30 big blinds or so, something in that area, your stack is not that valuable. You have to play aggressively and get your chips in to try to accumulate a bigger stack. Number 2 is going to be an overall lack of post-flop aggression. You're going to need to take pots down without showdown in order to win tournaments. You have to be playing aggressively, check raising, c-betting, double barreling, triple barreling, etc. Number
If you feel like your opponents never fold when you bluff the river, here are If you feel like your opponents never fold when you bluff the river, here are 4 reasons why that might be happening. Number 1, you're betting too big on the earlier streets. If you raise big pre-flop and bet big on the flop and bet big on the turn, your opponent already folded all their weak hands and their river range is actually really strong. Number 2, you're bluffing with too many missed draws. When you have a missed draw, your opponent is much more likely to have a made hand. You need to find bluffs with other hands so that your opponent can have a missed draw and fold. Number 3, you're not bluffing the right spots. You're not finding enough bluffs in spots where a draw actually gets there on the river. And these are the spots where your opponents are folding most frequently. And number 4, you're not betting big enough. In many spots, a bet of half pot or 3/4 pot on the river is just giving your opponent too good of a price to bluff catch. So you're going to get called at a higher frequency. If you want more tips like these, check out my channel Poker Fluency for more content. If you feel like your opponents never fold when you bluff the river, here are 4 reasons why that might be happening. Number 1, you're betting too big on the earlier streets. If you raise big pre-flop and bet big on the flop and bet big on the turn, your opponent already folded all their weak hands and their river range is actually really strong. Number 2, you're bluffing with too many missed
Hey everyone, welcome back to Insider Insights. Now, in this video, I want to talk about another tournament concept, but in this case, it's going to be not so much an ICM spot, but a situation where the bubble has just burst, we're in the money, and we've got a fairly playable stack. Because this is a spot where a lot of players fall into a bit of a trap. They either keep playing like they're still in ICM hell, or they swing way too far in the other direction and start going all the way back to just playing chip EV. In a recent coaching session, myself and a student talked about exactly how to adjust strategy in these post-bubble situations, especially when your stack size doesn't really tell the whole story. The hand in question came from a post-bubble spot, so a little bit of what you might call soft ICM. My student opened from middle position with a middling stack size, and the small blind with about 20 big blinds 3-bet him. Here's what he said.
I just figured at that stack depth, it's mostly going to be all-ins. I didn't really think there was much room for non-all-in 3-bets, especially being late in the tournament like that.
Now, that kind of logic feels right, but in practice it can backfire pretty hard without understanding how range construction at shallow stacks actually operates. In the session, we broke the spot down and looked at how solver ranges operate when stacks are 15 to 30 big blinds deep, post-bubble, with minimal ICM pressure. What we found was pretty surprising. First of all, non-all-in 3-bets are very common. Strong hands don't always shove, and a lot of hands are mixing between jam, call, and a non-all-in 3-bet. And I explained it like this. Just because they could jam doesn't mean that they should. A lot of hands perform best by denying a little bit of equity for a cheap price without actually being all in. And this is where understanding stack dynamics and bet sizing in context becomes really important. Let me show you the sim that we were looking at just to break it down in a bit more detail. So here is our sim that we were looking at in the session. Hello again, everybody. Our main focus today is going to be on a tool that I think is probably one of the most important things to use as a study methodology. It's the GTO Wizard Range Builder. So if you have access to GTO Wizard, you can follow along. If you don't have access to GTO Wizard, you can get 10% off your first subscription down in the description. So do check that out. The starting point that we're going to have is we're just going to run a sim with GTO Wizard AI, which I've already done. So just to give you guys a quick sense of how we do that, we fill out the ranges, we pick the betting structure. I'll do a future video in which we go into a bit more detail on how to use GTO Wizard AI in maybe more specific terms. But for now, we've run our sim. We're going to hit create solution. We're using the dynamic algorithm, so we're going to get a single bet size strategy here for the flop. And as you can see, the sizing that the solver prefers in this case is an 82% size, which is a 3E, 3-street geometric size. We're going to focus on using the range builder to estimate our ability to accurately construct a range here.
But I'm not going to do it for this exact board texture because I've just seen what the sim looks like for this exact board texture. So what I'm going to do is test myself on a spot that I haven't seen. So I'm going to hit the board texture. I'm just going to click random. 9-8 deuce is a good board. Okay. This is the board we're going to go to. We've got it set to hard mode here, which is basically going to mean that at every point in the tree where there are multiple bet size options, it's going to give us full flexibility to choose between those options. If we hit medium, it would slightly simplify the options into small, medium, large bets. If we hit easy, it's just going to simplify into bet and check. So we're going to go with hard, particularly because we're using the AI, and you mostly just can use hard every time with the AI if you're using sims that only have one size. And now we're going to start by trying to test our ability to come up with a good range for this 82% flop bet here. And we've got 2 hearts on the board, so there is a flush draw out there that we have to keep in mind. Now, to get started, what we want to do is focus on different portions of our range and what they're going to do. But when we're using a large bet size, one thing that we have to consider is that our bet is going to come from a relatively polarized range. And if we are exploring a bet that comes from a relatively polarized range, it actually makes more sense instead of doing what a lot of people do, which is go top down. So basically ending up with a linear range construction, we want to actually go top and then bottom, and then from both sides out into or towards the middle, right? Because the middle region of hands is going to be composed of hands that are least likely to be betting here. So we're going to start with the top end, then we're going to go to the bottom, and we're going to fill out the middle. So top end of our range, we're going to want to have some hands from each category here that are checking, right? We're not going to want to have any specific category of hands that is always betting, right? We're going to, by necessity, have to have some amount of balance in our approach. So we're going to start by taking a look at the set region here, which we do have all 3 sets because we have deuces a little bit. But maybe if we put all those hands on bet, and then we start to think, okay, which would be the one set that would make the most sense here to potentially check if we were thinking about having some amount of checking frequency in there. And I think it's relatively transparent that it's pocket nines because it's top set, it blocks top pair, and it's going to have a slightly harder time getting value. So we're going to check top set, we're going to bet middle set, and we're going to bet bottom set. It's a decent starting point. Now, it probably isn't going to be 100% accurate here, but our goal is not to get 100% accurate. Our goal is to get relatively accurate so that we can just have a broad strokes idea of how we're constructing in this kind of a spot. And we're going to take it from there. So the next category is the 2 pair. And the only 2 pair we have here is 9-8 suited. But we have 2 combos of it, both of which do not have a backdoor flush draw. It's really difficult when you have a category of hands that's so small like this to split this range up. Normally, we would be looking at trying to have some 2 pairs that are checking back and some that are not. But I think for now, it's fine to just bet all the 2 pairs because there's really only 2 combos and it just isn't going to affect very much. But now we have the over pairs. And clearly, I think in this spot, there are going to be some over pairs that have more of an incentive to check than others. The ones that are likely to have the most incentive to bet are going to be the ones that are pretty vulnerable. So it's going to be 10s, jacks, and queens. So we're going to bet all of those. And then we're also going to bet kings and aces without a heart in them, specifically because the ones without a heart need a little bit more in the way of protection, or they're going to have a bit more inclination to get money in the pot now, as opposed to being a bit more willing to potentially check. So we're going to go with that. And we're not accounting for any mixing here. We could account for mixing if we wanted, but I'm going to keep it fairly simple for now and just make the assumption that we're just playing every hand pure 100% one thing or 100% the other. Now, top pair. We have a bunch of combos of top pair here. And the most likely ones that are going to want to always bet are going to be the ace nines. I think we probably don't have any reason to ever check ace. Need a little bit more in the way of protection, or they're going to have a bit more inclination to... Hello once again, poker friends. Welcome to today's free daily poker coaching. Today what we're going to do is we're going to do something to bet are going to be the ones that are pretty vulnerable. So it's going to be 10s, jacks, and queen. Thumb 4. We're also going to bet kings and aces without a heart in them, specifically because the ones without a heart need a little bit more in the way of protection, or they're going to have a bit more inclination to get money in the pot now, as opposed to being a bit more willing to potentially check. So we're going to go with that. And we're not accounting for any mixing here. We could account for mixing if we wanted, but I'm going to keep it fairly simple for now and just make the assumption that we're just playing every hand pure 100% one thing or 100% the other. Now, top pair. We have a bunch of combos of top pair here, and went for check with as draw. And those hands are pretty valuable. Having a heart is pretty good here. But we're going to start by thinking about the ones that don't also have a straight draw. So we're not going to think about Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10 just yet. We're going to think particularly about King Jack and King 10, because these are the weakest ones, right? We've got King Jack, King 10 with a heart. I think those are really good hands to bet here. They do have the ability to get better king highs to fold. And of course, they have that heart in there, which is going to add some extra fold equity. You could maybe even make an argument for any of the combos that have a diamond here also betting, and then just only checking like King Jack with no diamond or heart, so just club and spade. But that's maybe a little excessive, so we're going to stick with just this for now. You could also make an argument for betting the King Queens, and maybe for betting the Ace Jacks and Ace 10s possibly, because you're now at the point where maybe you can get better Ace Highs to fold. But a lot of these hands are potentially in that region where once we bet, we mostly just get better hands to call and worse hands to fold, and that's not really ideal. So for now, I think we're going to veer away from this category, and we're going to come back to it in a bit, depending on where we end up and what kind of construction we end up with at the end. The next category is going to be the 2-card backdoors. So it's going to be the diamonds. And in particular, the diamonds that are going to make the most sense to bet are going to be hands that also have some kind of other draw, or hands that don't really have a lot of showdown value. And in particular, the combos that make the most sense for that is going to be the Ace 3 through Ace 7, the King 3 through King 7, Queen 6 and Queen 7, and then maybe also King Jack and King 10, because they can get better hands to fold and so on. So we're going to go with that in the way of the diamond backdoors. Then we have the gut shot, right? We have the Queen 10, Queen Jack, and the Jack 7, and the 6-5. And again here, we're going to avoid the ones with the flush draw, because we're going to come back to them in a second. So we're just going to think about the ones that have the backdoor, or the ones that have either the single card backdoor or the 2-card backdoor. So we're going to go with the same policy that we previously had. We're going to go with any offsuit hand that has a heart. Queen Jack and Queen 10 is going to be in there. We're also going to go with any suited hand that has diamonds. Queen Jack and Queen 10 is going to be in there. And Jack 7 is also in there. So we're going to go the backdoor combos of those. And that, I think, 6-5. I forgot about 6-5 of diamonds. That's going to be, I think, a reasonable starting point. Then we've got the next category is the open enders, and that is going to be 10-7 and Jack 10 and 7-6. So again, same thing, I think is pretty reasonable. We're going to go Jack 10 with a heart. We're going to go Jack 10 of diamonds, 7-6 of diamonds, and 5-4 of diamonds. Seems pretty reasonable. Then we also have the flush draws, and now this is where we start to get into some awkward territory, because there's flush draws that also have a pair here. Pretty good rule of thumb for playing draws with a pair is you want to make sure that you're maximizing the likelihood of free rolling somebody. So if we have a pair here in the form of an 8, we want to make sure that we can get called by a worse 8 and free roll that hand, because that's a really good outcome here. So we're going to start by thinking about the King 8 of hearts being a really good bet, and maybe the Queen 8 of hearts as well. But when you start to get to like Jack 8, 10 8, are we getting a better 8 to fold? Probably not. Are we getting a worse 8 to call? Probably not. It's plausible that with 8-7 or 8-6, we might be able to get a better 8 to fold. So you could maybe make the argument that 8-7 and 8-6 of hearts could actually bet here. And I am actually going to put that in there, because I think this is possibly a pretty good way to go there. So we're going to put some of those pair plus heart in there. Also allows us to have an 8 occasionally for when we might be able to turn trips, which is nice. So we've got some flush draws in there. And then we're also going to look at the rest of the flush draws, because we have some unpaired flush draws too. We've got King 4 through King 7. We've got Queen 7 and Queen 6. We've got 5-4. And we've got some of the King 10 through King Queen. And these hands are good enough that I think in most cases here, we're going to do pretty well by betting a lot of them. So what I'm going to do is highlight the hearts, and we're going to go King 3 through King 8. We're going to bet Queen 7, Queen 6. We're going to bet. We're going to come back to the combo draws in just a second. Then we're going to have the King 10 is also going to bet. King Jack is going to bet. King Queen, ambiguous.
Winning at poker in 2025 isn't about luck. It's about staying ahead. The best players aren't just studying the game, they're evolving with it. They study smarter, adjust faster, and make better decisions under pressure. This video is your roadmap to mastering the 3 cornerstones of elite poker performance: strategy, study, and mindset. You'll learn how top players fine-tune their approach, refine their study process, and develop the mental edge needed to crush high-level competition. Let's dive in. Well, this is different. Hi everyone, I'm Tomas21, head coach for GTO Wizard, and I don't normally show my face on screen. Personally, I prefer to be behind the mic and concentrate on what I'm showing on the screen, but I've been told that people might like my videos better if I put a webcam on there, so I figured, let's try it. Now, if you've been around GTO Wizard, you might have seen my work before. If not, welcome. Now you can finally put a face to the voice. But that's enough of that. Let's get into why you're really here. How to actually crush poker in 2025. Let's get into it. What makes a crusher in 2025? It's not just about knowing a good strategy or studying more or tilting less. The real winners, they've mastered 3 things: how they play, how they study, and how they think. See, it's not about the outcome, it's about refining the process that leads to a better outcome. They know how to apply unstoppable strategies at the table, adapting, exploiting, and making fearless decisions. Secondly, they approach study like an engineer, breaking the game down, sharpening their edge, and studying efficiently. And third, they've built an indestructible mindset, one that can handle tilt, manage emotions, and stay sharp under pressure. These are the 3 cornerstones of a winning poker player, and today we're going to break them down. All right, quick pause. If you're seeing this, congrats, you found an Easter egg. You're here watching this video because you want to crush poker in 2025. So here's your challenge. What's the biggest change you're making to your game this year? Drop your answer in the pinned comment, and I'll randomly pick 15 of you to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription on February 12th. Good luck. Applying unstoppable strategies. There are 4 key things you need to become a dominant poker player. The first is strong fundamentals. So you need a rock-solid foundation because without that, everything else crumbles. Secondly, you need an adapt or die mindset. If you've been playing the same strategy for too long, maybe it's time to update that. If you don't adjust and try and exploit your opponents, maybe this is the year to try. Poker is a game where you either sink or swim, so adapt or die. Thirdly, you need to be willing to face hard decisions head on. Many players kind of avoid difficult decisions and they'll adjust their strategy in such a way that they won't have to make difficult decisions on future streets, which is often going to be a mistake. Lastly, you need to have the discipline to break free from autopilot, which is the C game curse that most people suffer from when you're just button clicking. All right, let's get into it. Master the fundamentals. If you don't have a strong foundation, nothing else matters. Now, I'm not saying that you need to be some math wizard. You don't need to calculate everything at the table and try and what's the EV of 6-6? No, you don't need to do any of that. But you do need to at least understand the basic mission critical concepts first. What do I mean by that? There are certain mathematical concepts in poker, such as if your opponent bets bigger, you are not obliged to defend as wide to prevent their bluffs from profiting, right? So if they bet big, you can fold more. You don't have to, but you can. You can get away with that without being exploitable. Another example is if you bet bigger, you're supposed to bluff more often. You need to have some basic grasp of combinatorics, like roughly what percentage of my opponent's range is going to be trips on a paired board. You need to have it, even if you don't know that number, you should have a feel for that, right? And so without kind of these basic fundamentals, you just can't master the game. So this is what I would argue is one of the first steps. Next, let's talk a little bit about GTO and exploitative principles. So most coaches will tell you that you need a GTO baseline from which to recognize and attack exploits. So like, oh, I know my opponent is not playing GTO. Here's how they're deviating. Here's how I'm going to attack them. But the truth is it goes both ways. Like it's very hard to look at a solver output and understand what the heck the solver is doing without having some sort of exploitative training. Because GTO solves are built out of exploitative simulation. And so the potential exploits in the position actually inform the Nash equilibrium strategy. And so what I'm saying is don't study GTO and don't just lean on exploits. You need both together, two sides of the same coin. Next, think in ranges, not just hands. Now, the thing to keep in mind is that poker is a game of Bayesian updates. So what I mean by that is that when your opponent makes some action, they're representing a range of hands with that action. And so their range represents your belief about what they're doing here. And similarly, your range in a solo, your opponent make an action, you're updating those beliefs. So the best players in the world, every last one of them, are thinking in terms of ranges nonstop. And they're very, very good at narrowing down ranges based on the action sequence. Most novices either just play their hand or they get to the point where they can think about their range pre-flop, but they can't really update it based on the post-flop action. But if you want to get really good, you absolutely must learn how to think through and do a range analysis all the way to the river. And lastly, textures. So textures dictate strategies. What I mean by this is that the board texture will determine how you can play based on things like range and nut advantage, based on what hands are available and what hands will probably come up on future streets. So you need to kind of break it down by different types of textures in order to make studying more efficient. Because if you try and study every single board at once, you're going to go crazy, right? So monotone boards play a very specific way. Paired boards play a very specific way. Ace high dry boards play a very specific way. Like, mid-connected boards play a very specific way. So there's different types of textures. And if you've ever played poker, you probably already have a pretty strong intuition for this. But you need to kind of chunk it out like that in order to make your study more efficient. Adapt or die. Poker is a very quickly evolving game, and if you don't evolve with the times, you will be naturally selected out of the player pool. Lucky for you, there are exploitative opportunities everywhere. Everyone's imbalanced. There's money to be made if you're looking to make it. The issue is that most players either don't study, or if they do study, they're trying to approximate some very bad version of a Nash equilibrium strategy that's actually still quite exploitable, and in doing so, missing all of the actual EV by failing to exploit their opponent's mistakes. Hear me, I'm not saying GTO is bad, I'm not saying trying to play a Nash equilibrium strategy is bad. I explained earlier, it's two sides of the same coin. What I'm saying is the number one mistake I see most mid-stakes players making, even low stakes, is that they're trying to play this fixed pseudo equilibrium strategy and then just not thinking about all of the ways their opponent's screwing up. And that's the wrong mindset. Which brings me to my next point. Play the player, not just the spot. Learning the spot is good. Learning the GTO strategy for spot is better. But learning that you shouldn't play against a nit the same way you should play against a maniac is probably even more important, right? And adjustments are an arms race, right? So poker's dynamic. When you adjust, smart opponents, in fact, most people will start adjusting back to you. Unless you're playing anonymous games, they're going to counter. You can't just expect your opponents to sit there and not change what they're doing against you. So you need to kind of pay attention to what your image says about you and how your opponents might be deviating to attack their perceived version of what you are, if that makes sense. And lastly, use node locking to engineer exploits. Now, this is the hard part because it requires learning how to use one of the more advanced solver tools. Luckily, we have a couple great videos for it. I'll show it here and here on the screen, and that way you guys can go check those out and learn more about how to use node locking to create a very powerful strategy. Face hard decisions head on. Many players kind of avoid tough spots all the time. I knew this one guy that would just always fold flush draws and straight draws, even combo draws and 3-bet pots to a second barrel, because he just didn't want the variance and he didn't want to make that really difficult play on the next street. The truth is, guys, that most people are avoiding tough decisions because they lead to pain later on and decision fatigue. And while avoiding decision fatigue is a very natural response, if you always dodge these tough spots, you're going to cap your growth, right? You need to be able to take on these difficult challenges sometimes in order to grow as a player. And discomfort is a sign of growth. Now, I'm not saying you should take every difficult spot. Time EV matters, so I would rather have a better hourly than big blinds per 100. So you got to pick your battles wisely. But the key here is to eliminate fear-based avoidance, right? You want to avoid a spot based on a strategic choice rather than out of a fear-based habit. Hope that makes sense. Break free from autopilot. Autopilot is probably the number one reason most players hit a skill ceiling. They learn a decent strategy, it's a solid strategy, but then, you start multi-tabling and then you're just kind of playing the same strategy all the time. And again, autopilot isn't the enemy. It's kind of a natural response that reduces decision fatigue. And so everyone autopilots to some degree. But the important thing here is that you need to learn how to come out of autopilot for those important, critical spots and really think through those spots. So pros use kind of a selective autopilot to slow down in critical spots and really focus in on their play where they're not sure. Now, as a beginner, there's going to be a lot more spots where you're unsure, and so you generally should be slowing down just all around, right? Another way you can tackle this is to mark important spots for review later on, because even if you can't think through the spot right now, even if you don't have enough time or stamina to do that, marking it and then thinking through it later will still help you, right? And so if you're not marking spots in your session, you're probably just leaving money on the table because it's a really important part of your growth. Chapter 2, Engineering a Winning Approach. Improvement isn't random, it's a structured process. And the best pros, they're not just optimizing what they're studying, they're optimizing how they're studying. Now, there are 5 key things I've noticed every pro does. Firstly, they focus on why rather than what. And the reason is that if you don't know why a play is happening, then you don't know why you should be playing it, right? So rather than trying to memorize outputs, you want to learn why the solver is saying you should bet this hand here. Secondly, gamify your study routine. Now, GTO Wizard is chock full of amazing study tools, but let's face it, they're work. It feels like work. And the truth is that it's not sustainable long-term to try and practice every day. You need to find ways to make studying more fun, to make it more efficient, to gamify the experience a bit and make it enjoyable, because if it's not enjoyable, you won't be able to do it consistently. Third, invest in your edge, whether that be through a coach, learning the latest tools, buying the latest book, or just watching the rest of this YouTube video. Investing in your edge is the most plus EV thing you can do if you plan to play a lot of poker in your lifetime. Fourth, focus on what matters. There's a million spots to study, a million concepts, and a million blocker effects. But the truth is that only a handful of these have a big impact on your win rate. And in this video, I'm going to show you how to identify those spots and how to quantify and prioritize what spots to practice next. Lastly, learn where your EV comes from. You see, I don't actually care if ace-5 is betting here or what deuces is doing or king-6. The strategy is not as meaningful to me as the idea of how these hands are making money, right? And if you can't figure out how they're making money, then do you really understand why they're making those plays in the first place? But it's not that easy, right? Like a solver is not going to just tell you, oh, it's making money because of this and that. You have to go look and figure it out. I would argue number 5 is the hardest part, but also one of the most critical steps to understanding solver outputs and creating unstoppable strategies. Learn why, not what. Focus on principles, not just solver outputs. I want to know why the solver is making this play. Now, it's not always obvious, but if you only focus on memorization, you won't get anywhere because there's too many spots, there's too many hands, you can't memorize it all. You're just human, right? It's much more efficient to figure out, oh, it's doing this because reason, and then apply that heuristic to a wide variety of spots, right? That's a far more efficient studying routine than, oh, I bet ace-5 in this 3-bet pot in this check-check double barrel line. Like, you need to go wider, right? Especially when you're newer. So ask why the solver makes certain plays. Don't just copy it, try to figure out the underlying reasoning. One of the best ways to do this is to experiment with the inputs and see how the outputs change. So we have cause, we have effect, right? And you want to try and map cause to effect together. Understanding what changing these inputs does to these outputs lets you build up an internal model of how to play poker. And so when your examples of this would be changing the ranges, changing the bet sizing, changing the rake, node locking. All of these are examples where we are changing the input parameters and seeing how it affects the output strategy, right? And so just by experimenting with those inputs and those outputs, you can build up a much stronger internal model and kind of build your brain solver, as it were. Gamify your study routine. Many coaches, myself included, have made the mistake of suggesting overly ambitious studying routines to our students. You got to do 500 drills in a range builder and review your hands and all this, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every single day. It's too much. We have very limited bandwidth as humans. The truth is that it's much better to build a routine that you can actually stick to for many years and a long time than it is to study your ass off for like a week and then never again, right? So the best way to do this is to learn how to gamify your study routine. Most players use some mixture of reviewing their hands, practicing drills, going through the solver, reviewing with friends, etc. The best ways I've found are to kind of track your progress to stay motivated, to see okay, I'm improving in this spot. Do things like compete with friends, set goals, structure challenges. Anything with your poker friends is going to be more fun. So I suggest checking out our Discord. We actually have a bunch of study groups in there that can make it a much more enjoyable experience to learn together. You could do things like create a drill, send it to your poker friends, and see who does better in these spots. Or just review hands and laugh at the crazy plays you make together. Poker can be lonely, so it's important to try and do it with friends and try and make it more enjoyable rather than going at it as a lone wolf. Invest in your edge. A lot of players will tell me, well, I don't know if I want to hire a coach or get a GTO Wizard subscription or buy this latest book or this course because my bankroll is this, and here's where I am. But this is kind of a very naive mindset, right? Think about how many more hands of poker you're going to play in your lifetime. Is it 1,000, 100,000, 1,000,000, 10 million? How many more hands do you want to play at this current level of skill when you could be playing at this level of skill? So why wouldn't you invest earlier on rather than waiting until you're already playing high stakes to start investing? You're intentionally choosing the slowest possible path. If you want it streamlined and get the quickest progress possible, you need to invest as early on as possible into your own edge. Now, how do you do this? Well, there's lots of free material. Check out our blog or our YouTube page. I'm very proud of our writers and the people making YouTube videos for us. I think we build some of the highest level poker content on the internet for free. I mean, bar none. Now, we also have some structured study plans. Again, those are free. You can just go check them out. And if you're a premium member, you can go check out our high-level coaching seminars every week. We have a ton of recordings. At some point in your life, you might want to hire a coach. I'd recommend checking out this 2+2 page. There's lots of coaches here. You can kind of see what their rates are, what other people are saying about them, what they specialize in. You can kind of find a coach that fits your need. And at some point, you'll probably want to learn how to use a solver like GTO Wizard, right? So that's kind of the service we offer. A one-stop shop to take you from amateur to pro. And so we've got GTO solutions, we've got node locking tools, we've got trainers and coaching seminars. You can upload your hand histories. You can practice building your entire range or playing one hand at a time. There's a ton of features, and it's all designed to kind of take you from beginner to expert. That said, the biggest thing you can do is just start investing in your edge today rather than waiting until you're already a high-level player, right? Just by tick. Focus on what matters. There are a million things to study and not enough time to study them. So one of the biggest challenges with building modern poker tools is figuring out how to prioritize what's important. The truth is that not all study is created equal, and spending time on the right things is what separates elite players from the rest. You need to prioritize high-impact areas of the game because the truth is that some spots occur far more frequently and have a far bigger impact on your win rate than many other spots. So there's tons of spots that are barely important and a few spots that are very important. And so learning to quantify that and saying, this is the spot you should study next, then this spot is just going to have a much bigger impact on your win rate, right? A very simple example of this is the fact that ace-high boards occur way more often than monotone boards. on the flop. And so if you're starting out and you're like, well, I don't know how to play either, maybe start with the one that occurs more often. So I'll show you a simple spreadsheet application that I've built here to help you prioritize post-flop spots and kind of chunk them together in a way that they're somewhat strategically similar. All right, guys, this is my spot importance spreadsheet. Now, you might have seen the V3 version of this. This one is specifically designed for 6-max cash players, but here's how it works, right? We've got all of these formations: button versus big blind, single raise pot, small blind versus big blind 4-bet pot, under the gun versus hijack 3-bet pot, cutoff versus button cold call, single raise pot. Like, there's all of these different spots that can occur in a 6-max cash game. But how do we know which one to study? Well, one approach is to figure out which spot is more frequent. So as you can see, like button versus big blind, this is way more frequent than under the gun versus big blind 4-bet pot, right? So the frequency of a spot matters, but also so does the starting size of the pot. Yeah, this one down here is way less common, but the average pot size and the starting pot size are both much bigger. And so you can kind of multiply the frequency by the pot size to figure out the expected value of some spot. As in, you can think of this like an importance metric, as in how much it matters or how much it affects your EV. And then for each of these, what you can do is type in your GTO Wizard score or your EV loss as a percentage of the pot per hand, whatever metric you like. And based on this, it's going to update the practice priority. So let me give you an example. Let's say you go and study some single raise pots and you get pretty good and you bump all of these up to, let's say, 80%, right? 80%, 80, not 800. So I'm going to go and just type in my GTO Wizard score. And what this does is it says, okay, you got pretty good at these single raise pots. Let's change our priority. So I'm going to change this up. Okay, now it's time to be practicing some button versus blind 3-bet pots, right? And so we'll bump those up a little bit. Say we get 80 and 80. And it's like, okay, what's the next most important spot? Well, again, I'll just sort by practice priority. It's blind versus blind 4-bet pots, right? And you just keep going like this and slowly improving one step at a time. Now, I guess some feedback I had about the previous version of the sheet I made is that this is too many spots, right? There's just so many different spots. So what you can do instead is kind of group them into like grouped drills. So for example, here we have late position versus blind 3-bet pot. So given my current priorities, this is my highest priority. And so this would be like cutoff and button versus some of the blinds. And you can actually change this. Like there's a settings tab in here I've got hidden somewhere. But yeah, you can like define what group name is assigned to each position to create these group drills. And you can also change these up to get to create new types of drills. And so if you change these parameters, it will automatically create new drills for you. And the cool thing is you can actually just click this and it's going to open up a GTO Wizard solution that allows you to just go and directly train this spot. And so you can go right from this to this. And similarly, if you want to drill down on each of these particular formations, the drill and the aggregate report is right next to it. So it's very convenient in that sense. But here, for example, we can see the aggregate report across all flops for this blind versus blind 4-bet pot spot. By having that immediate access to go from like, this is what needs work, to here's the drill, here's the aggregate report, you can build some really efficient study routines. You know, I need to improve blind versus blind 4-bet pots. Here's the aggregate reports. What are some patterns I notice, right? Let's start filtering for example, paired boards. How are we playing paired boards, right? What about monotone boards? And so you can start building your big heuristics this way, and then you can dive in and start practicing that spot directly. And so this is my attempt to try and make studying as easy and as intuitive as possible for all post-flop formations. Now, a lot of people have asked, what about like other formats? You know, straddle and ante, MTT, etc. And those are things that I'd like to come out with eventually. But since 6-max cash is my specialty, I figured this is the one I want to release first. So anyway, I've also got these charts here. These are kind of fun. What these do is they show you the sum of practice priority, as it were. And so, for example, let me focus on this one here. Most important spots when we're grouping them by the aggressor position and pre-flop action. So IPSRP means in position single raise pot. So the aggressor is in position and we're playing a single raise pot. This grouping is going to be the most important when you're just starting out, right? So this is like button versus big blind single raise pot, cutoff versus big blind single raise pot, etc. Then we have out of position 3-bet pot. Why would it be out of position? Why is out of position more important? Well, because generally you 3-bet more out of the blinds and you 3-bet bigger out of the blinds. So that tends to be more important than in position 3-bet pot, which is down here. Then out of position 4-bet pot as well. And so you can kind of see these different groupings and see which formations are the most important to study. Position-wise, keep in mind I've reset all of these so that it's the same thing. So every spot is now, we're getting an equal score on it. So that I've just kind of reset the practice priority. But down here we can see like most important positions. Unsurprisingly, big blind is the most important. And this kind of aligns with modern poker theory. This is where you lose the most money. This is where you make the most plays. So getting that right is important. Followed by button, one of the widest positions, but also kind of makes up the majority of your win rate. Then small blind, cutoff, hijack, and under the gun. So you get kind of some surprising orderings out of here. A lot of people ask like, what's more important, single raise pots, 3-bet pots, or 4-bet pots? Well, by going through this method, I found that 3-bet pots are less important individually, but there are more formations of 3-bet pots than there are formations of single raise pots. So perhaps too many people are over invested in single raise pots and haven't developed their strategy in 3-bet pots enough. And then just kind of however you slice it, 4-bet pots are just going to be less important overall until you don't want to dive into 4-bet pots until you've spent a decent amount of time in single raise pots and 3-bet pots. But the beauty of this method is that it'll make it kind of obvious, like when one of these needs to improve. And then over here we have the most important spots grouped. So like these are your own groupings that you can create. You can change these, by the way, like you can change the group name so that they make more sense to you in settings. So let's say that it's kind of weird to group small blind and big blind into one group because they play so differently. So I might just write them out like that, in which case you'll get like different groupings here, right? Anyway, that's the new spot importance sheet. I think it's a really cool study tool. I hope you guys like it. If you have any suggestions for improvements, let me know in the comments down below. To use it, you can just go File, make a copy, and then just start typing in your own GTO Wizard scores, or alternatively, again, you can type in your EV loss as a percentage of pot per hand, which is a standard metric you can find in GTO Wizard as well. Learn where EV comes from. The best players know exactly where their edge comes from and how to maximize it. And this is true for every hand class. So the truth is that it's not important how you play a hand, it's important that you understand how your hand makes money. Right? Now, how do you see that? It's not obvious in a solver. If you go look at the expected value for some hand, you'll see how much money it's making, but you won't see how to make that money. That makes sense, right? So in practice, what this often involves is zoning into some particular hand class and navigating from flop to river in a bunch of main lines and seeing how it plays out and how this hand actually wins and where you end up folding. Doing this will teach you how your hand makes EV in standard lines, but along the way, you'll probably notice things like, wait, would my opponent actually do that? Are they going to find this hero call or make this massive fold? Probably not. And when that happens, maybe you should go node lock those mistakes and see how your hand class changes its strategy to exploit that. In general, I recommend applying the scientific method to poker. And the weakest, like the most basic version of this is just change the input, see what happens to the output, right? Input, output, cause, effect. If you understand cause and effect, you understand what drives good strategy. I have a coaching video on this. It's called Applying the Scientific Method to Poker. If you want to learn more about hypothesis building and a more rigorous way to approach poker. But in general, I recommend just being playful. Change the inputs, change the rig, change the bet size, see what happens along the way. And really, don't just focus on one street. Try and go all the way to the river, because that's how you're going to learn how your hand derives money. That brings us to Chapter 3, the mental game, forging an indestructible mindset. The truth is that you can have the best strategy and the best study routine, and none of that matters if you fall apart under pressure. Poker is a game of decisions, and the biggest edge comes from those who make the best decisions when the pressure is high. Most people don't do this. The best players don't just think clearly when things are going well, they know how to stay composed and unshaken when everything is going wrong. So, first, we'll talk a little bit about setting goals. You want to set goals you can control. And this is because when you focus on execution over results, you get a much better, more stable mindset. Secondly, you need to learn how to regroup when your game slips. And everyone tilts, that's fine. Learning how to take it from a mistake to snowballing out of control is a really important skill every poker player needs to learn. Don't suppress your emotions, right? In general, emotions are data, and that's not a bad thing. They just tell you things about yourself, about how your mind operates. It's better to process rather than suppress your emotions. Level up your lifestyle. The truth is that your brain is your most important asset as a poker player. And if you're not doing kind of like the soft skills that are needed to make good decisions, like sleeping and eating well, you're not going to make good decisions, right? If you live like crap, you're not going to be able to think straight. Simple as that, right? And lastly, leave ego out of the equation. Ego is kind of like the silent bankroll killer. Poker has this weird sense of punishing entitlement, punishing stubbornness, and punishing pride. So the sooner you learn to let go of ego, the faster you'll improve. Okay, let's get into it. Set goals you can control. In poker, you can't control the outcome of a hand, but you can control how you played the hand. So what you really need to do is learn to detach from the results so that you can focus on execution. This comes down to like things like control theory and focusing on your inner circle of influence, rather than obsessing about, oh, this was such a bad run out, or I got so unlucky. Try to focus more on, how did I play the hand? Did I make the best play with the information I had at the time? And this is going to shift your mindset from winning to mastery, right? You want to be focusing in on like, I played this really well. I'm really proud of my discipline and my consistency. Those are the things that are going to affect your win rates in the long run. You can't control whether or not you get coolered, but you can control how well you played before you got it all in, you know? So control what you can and just let go of the rest. Your job is to try and execute at the highest level every hand, every session, and everything else is up to chance. Regroup when your game slips. Everyone tilts. The key is to recognize tilt before it takes over. One bad decision doesn't have to lead to 5. You also should recognize that there are different types of tilt. Tilt isn't just about getting unlucky. There's also such a thing as like winner's tilt, for example, where you're on such a hot streak that you start making terrible decisions. Revenge tilt, where you're just out to like punish some player. We've got a whole video out about it. But in general, what you want to do is learn to step away and reset at the right time. If you're not thinking clearly, take a break. Now, if you're not on gorilla tilt, but you're just kind of, you've sensed that you've lost focus, maybe you feel like you just got too outed and you can feel the anxiety flaring up. What you can do is something called a little micro reset. These are things like a deep breath, a quick break, just a way to kind of mentally reframe and get back to your standard state. You don't want to let that pressure kind of build up and up and up and just sit there and fester. What you want to do is kind of, okay, I'm back, right? Little motions like this can help your session out and will prevent small mistakes from snowballing and avalanching into like terrible sessions. Don't suppress your emotions. A lot of poker players will go into kind of a zombie-like state in order to prevent the anxiety from becoming overwhelming, or just because maybe they've played a lot and they're trying to multi-table and autopilot. The truth is that with tilt, it's much better to allow yourself to feel the tilt, allow yourself to feel the emotion, and then let it go, than it is to try and not feel the emotion at all. So let the feeling come in and then let it subside rather than pushing it away, right? Because that's not going to help. Remember, guys, emotions are data, not threats. Emotions are information that you can use to identify what needs fixing in your game. So acknowledge the emotion, process it, and then move on. Everyone will experience these, but you don't have to let it control your play. Lastly, reduce decision fatigue. So poker is kind of like an endurance sport, similar to, let's say, esports or golf or chess, where you're making a lot of like mental decisions very often, and that is fatiguing. It's actually quite tiring. Even like ESPN proved that like world champion chess players burn a bunch of calories because it's like a really high mental energy thing. So what your mind will naturally do is find ways to reduce decision fatigue by autopiloting, by zombieing, by button clicking. What I recommend is that you allow yourself to play automatically in most standard spots, but you got to be able to like bring it in and really focus when you're in important spots, right? So it's okay to reduce decision fatigue, but don't let that autopilot your game. Level up your lifestyle. Your mind is your most valuable asset, so invest into it like you would your edge and protect it like you would your bankroll. Things like sleep, diet, and exercise directly affect your ability to make good decisions at the poker table. At the end of the day, poker is a mental game, and you need to optimize your mind as you would your strategy. Generally, energy management is greater than time management when it comes to poker. Your focus, endurance, and tilt resistance come from how well you take care of yourself off the table. A balanced life leads to balanced play, as they say. Anecdotally, I don't know if you guys have seen that ESPN article about high-level chess players. There was something in there about like world championship level chess burning 6,000 calories a day or something absurd like that. People don't understand how taxing it is to play a high level mental game for many, many hours continuously. It takes a lot of energy, it takes a lot of effort. So there is some level to, you can call it like a thinking stamina, if you would. But it just goes to show like many of the high level esports players, high level chess players, high level poker players, they are actively investing in their health because they understand that good health leads to better decisions, leads to healthier brain, and therefore sharper play. Leave ego out of it. Ego is the enemy of improvement. It makes you justify bad plays instead of learning from them. When frustration hits, follow this process. Feel it, process it, then detach from it. Your emotions are real, but they don't have to change the EV of your decisions. Remember, you're not entitled to win. Variance doesn't care how well you played, and I don't care if you have a range advantage, that doesn't entitle you to the pot. Generally, poker tends to punish ego and rewards adaptable players. If you can stay objective while other players would tilt in your shoes, you'll have an edge even before the cards are dealt. That was a lot of material, and if you guys are still here, I'm proud of you. If you skip to the end because you wanted the keynotes, well, here they are. Play dynamically and bravely. You need to adapt, exploit, and make fearless high EV plays, and you can't be afraid to change your style or get exploited. You have to be willing to change in order to improve. Study smarter, not harder. Memorization doesn't make you a great player. Understanding why plays work, understanding how to use solvers correctly, and how to make study engaging is what accelerates your growth as a player. And lastly, master your mental game. Tilt, fear, and ego are your biggest enemies. You need to stay composed, detach from the results, and focus on execution and making the best decision every time rather than obsessing over the outcomes of the hand. This video was adapted from an article written by Vanya. Vanya is one of our writers.
Small blind versus big blind scenarios are arguably one of the most common yet least studied spots in poker. The ranges are extremely wide and many tough spots can come up. Today we'll take a deep dive into the theory of blind versus blind play in MTTs. Before we get started with this video, just a quick reminder to please go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button so we can keep bringing you more of this content on YouTube. Hi Wizards, I'm Matt Hunt, and this video is going to cover all the fundamentals of blind versus blind play in tournaments. It's a very complex topic with a lot of different angles to cover, so let's dive right in. To start with, we're going to look at some of the theoretical principles underpinning blind versus blind situations, since these spots are different from playing outside the blinds, and they're also different from regular heads-up play. Then we're going to identify 4 key nodes of the pre-flop game tree on which we're going to focus our analysis. The initial node where action folds around to the small blind, the node where the small blind limps and the action is on the big blind, the subsequent node where the small blind limps and the big blind raises, and finally the node where the small blind raises and the big blind is defending. At each node, we're going to look at the primary strategies we'll be employing in chip EV terms, and then take a glance at how ICM pressure is going to influence that node in particular. In that part of the discussion, we'll be referencing the concept of risk advantage, which I introduced in a previous video on this channel. I encourage you to go back and watch that one if you haven't already. Finally, we'll be taking a look at how post-flop strategies are built in 3 of the most common scenarios: limped pots, raised pots with the small blind opening, and raised pots with the small blind limp calling versus a big blind raise. But first, let's focus on some of the key theoretical principles. Being in position as the pre-flop raiser is usually a very favorable situation to be in, especially since we're usually up against a wide calling range from the big blind. But in tournaments, we'll often be playing against the small blind instead of the big blind, and this forces us to adapt our approach. Many players make mistakes in these spots, so if you're looking to avoid some of the most common errors, you've come to the right place. Hi Wizards, I'm Matt Hunt, and today we're going to explore how our in-position c-bet strategy against the small blind differs from how we would usually play against the big blind. Before we start the video, we'd really appreciate it if you could hit the like and subscribe buttons. Your support means a lot to us. Thank you and enjoy the video. We're going to start by looking at some broad strokes comparisons of the pre-flop ranges we'll be up against when the small blind calls, since pre-flop ranges are going to heavily influence the overall nature of post-flop play. We'll then move on to looking at how our general c-bet frequencies are going to alter as a result of these different pre-flop ranges. And then finally, we'll take a look at a couple of specific scenarios to illustrate the differences in our strategies. We're just going to be using chip EV ranges for the time being to keep things fairly simple, and we're going to have hero opening from the hijack in all the spots as well, just for consistency. First, let's look at a deep stacked spot with 100 big blind stacks. On the left, you can see what the big blind's call range would look like against the hijack open. On the right, it's the small blind. Clearly, the range is a lot tighter, and it's a lot heavier on pairs and suited hands. In fact, since we're deep stacked and many of the suited hands are mixing in 3-bets at some rate, the pairs are by far the most dense region of hands here, which immediately makes the small blind's range quite strong. There are also some offsuit broadways and suited aces in there, giving the range a little more coverage on some of the high card boards, and ensuring that it isn't overly condensed into the lower card or middle card region of the deck. If we switch up the sim and look at 50 big blinds, not much is really changing. The big blind range is even wider, and the small blind range is perhaps a little more dense to suited aces and kings, given that there's a bit less mixing in the 3-bet region, but otherwise the two ranges are relatively similar. At 30 big blinds, the big blind range gets wider still, while it includes fewer pairs, since many of them will shove pre-flop. The same is somewhat true of the small blind range, but deuces through sixes are still in there at a good rate. The suited ace region is now heavily favoring calling, as is the suited middle card region. This gives the small blind range a lot better board coverage on high card boards, in exchange for slightly weakening it on some of the lower card boards. Overall, we can conclude relatively easily that the small blind range will always be much tighter and more condensed than the big blind's range at all stack sizes, and that it's going to generally be very heavy on suited hands, due to a need for high post-flop equity realization to counter the disadvantage of being out of position. It's also going to be quite dense to middle card hands, generally containing cards between a 7 and a queen, although as we get shallower there will be slightly more suited ace and suited king coverage in there. And finally, it will almost always contain the pocket pairs from deuces to sixes at some rate, even once we get down to somewhat shallow stacks of 30 big blinds.
Now, let's take a look at how these differences in pre-flop construction manifest themselves in our post-flop strategy. I've grouped together our bet sizings for the following charts to keep things a bit more manageable. We've got small, medium, large, and overbet sizings here. For the first spot at 100 big blinds, there are a couple of differences visible immediately. Our overbets have virtually disappeared, and our checking frequency has gone up by almost 20%. Right away, this is telling us our strategy is fundamentally different against the small blind. There are almost no boards where we possess a significant enough nut hands advantage to allow us to use an overbet strategy. And there are far more problematic boards on which we have to check at a high rate. Our large bet frequency also goes down in conjunction with the overbet. The other interesting change is that the frequency with which we bet small has gone down, but the medium bet has stayed more or less the same. A couple of things are happening here. First, the small blind's range contains far fewer weak suited hands than the big blind, so the small bet is less effective in applying pressure to the bottom of our opponent's range. And in addition, many of the spots where we might bet large or overbet against the big blind are now less favorable for us. In short, what's happening is that a lot of overbet spots or large bet spots are now becoming medium bet spots, while a lot of small bet spots are now causing us to lean towards either checking more or sometimes betting slightly bigger if we do choose to bet. As a result, the medium bet size is still fairly effective here, even while the larger and smaller bet sizes become less favorable. If we look at 50 big blind stacks, we can see a similar thing happening. In fact, the medium bet size is actually being used considerably more often here, to the point where it becomes a pretty important part of our approach. Once again, the overbet and large bet sizes are much less prominent, while the checking frequency has gone way up. The small bet frequency has also decreased, with a lot of those spots again becoming spots where we might either check or use a medium bet size. At 30 big blind stacks, the trend is slightly. 3-bet pots are some of the most challenging post-flop situations in tournaments. The ranges are narrower, the pots are bigger, and our entire stack will often be at risk. If you have trouble with these spots, don't worry. This video is here to guide you. Let's dive in. Before we dive into the topic, please do take the time to like this video and subscribe to our channel. It helps us to keep bringing you the content you like here on YouTube. Before we get too technical, let's discuss some of the major challenges inherent to navigating 3-bet pots in tournaments specifically, since cash game 3-bet pots are going to look very different in terms of both ranges and SPRs. First of all, we have
King 7, King 6 is like, it's in, you know, it's like the new Ace 5, you know, in all these solver spots. It's like Ace 5 showed up, it's like this, oh my god, it's like my favorite hand right now as well, because Ace 5 I feel like I can always go crazy with. And that King 7, King 6, you know, it's just like, wow, solver just loves those fucking hands. What's up guys, my name is Lex Veltes and welcome to this third coaching session with the man himself, the human solver, Mr. Jordan Drummond, BBZ himself. We recorded this during WCOOP. I use these sessions as warm-up for my high-stakes tournaments, and in this one we're gonna be discussing something I was lacking massively: 3-betting from the big blind. Defend your big blind tooth and nail. Of course, we want to defend it a lot by calling, but we also want to play back at people and we want to raise. Now, I wasn't doing it enough, and I sure as hell can promise you, you aren't doing it enough. So in this video, we're going to focus on that aggressive play. Also, make sure you check out these videos because that's episode 1 and 2. All these episodes are standalone, so you can just watch them as you go, but make sure not to miss them because there's valuable information there as well. Now, if you have any questions, drop them down in the comments below. Make sure to like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace.
And it's going to look like, especially to like a casual viewer, it's going to look like this is not a big deal, what you're doing. But you're missing about 40% of your 3-bet bluffs off the big blind. Okay, so you're missing about a third of the big blind 3-bet range overall. And, you know, if we subtract the value bets, it's about 40% of the total bluffs.
Wow.
So you're not bluffing nearly enough relative to what we need to do. And, you know, the same thing could be said to a lesser extent about big blind ISO. So your pre-flop aggression off the big blind is just too low. I think that we want to just take a look at some of the hands that are eligible to be 3-bet. Not that I'm expecting you to use them all or anything, but yeah, just to make sure that you kind of, okay, this is where I can pull from, and these are some of the reasons why, etc.
So yeah, so yesterday, like I know usually what we're talking about, etc. But I always want to go in blank because I want you, when you ask me a question, right? I want to give the answer that's in my head, why I'm doing it wrong, and give my reasoning for it instead of like trying to give the good answer and not know why.
Yep.
But I already had an idea of what I was going to miss, so I want to show chat. So I pulled up some charts from like in the last few minutes of like big blinds versus button and cutoff 3-betting. And I was like, yeah, because I'm missing a sliver of the Queen 10, Jack 9, Jack 10 offsuit, King 10. I never 3-bet the offsuit combination, and I saw, oh fuck, Ace 8, 50% of the time versus the hijack. Like, what the hell? And then I saw,
Sure.
and then I saw fucking. Oh, and then I saw something super interesting, but maybe I'll ask that when we get to look at a chart, because I saw some interaction between yeah. What do you think is good if I mention my question
No.
about the ranges now, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what I was wondering, if you look at the range for big blind versus button, it is primarily 3-betting from the big blind from the 7x suited block. It is, and then, but versus the cutoff is primarily 3-betting from the 8x suited block. Is that because you want to 3-bet 1 pip below the bottom of your opponent's value range to be most efficient, and their offsuit cutoff is 8x on the button, 9x on the cutoff?
Yeah, 100%.
Wow.
You want to make, you want to make their, you want to make their folds available, right? So yeah, so if when someone defends versus a 3-bet, they fold the bottom of their range. So you know what they're going to fold. If the bottom of their opening range is offsuit 8s, then you want to be, you want to be 3-betting with decent hands, but you want to make sure that you make those offsuit 8s available to fold. So you're going to see a lot of density in the suited 7s, suited 6s, offsuit 6, offsuit 5 to a lesser extent, and then it just moves 1 pip higher as you kind of skate over to the cutoff, right?
Wow.
So yeah, that's 100% how it works.
Okay, good, because then if I and other people understand the interaction, then it's easy, because then I already memorized. Well, I mean, we clearly saw yesterday I don't always memorize it, but I've already memorized that it's offsuited 8s raising on the button and offsuited 9s on the cutoff. So I only have to remember that thing to now also know my 3-bet range from the big blind versus those positions. So it's nice if you understand the interaction, you don't have to learn anything extra.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. Yeah, that's why when I'm teaching people, when I first start coaching a new student, we spend a lot of time on the pre-flop strategy, because it's it's a pretty critical detail, and to a lesser extent, you can't play the river well if you don't know your pre-flop range, right? Because you're not going to know which hands to bluff with, or which combos you have available to bluff with across different run out types. So you can't really play very accurately at all if you don't have a really firm understanding of the pre-flop strategies. So yeah, but you're right. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so this is a mix. Queen 4 offsuit. Kind of to the point that you made just a second ago. This is like an example of 50 big blind button. Big blind charts. There's the suited 7s and 6s that Lex was referencing. But we can see like this Queen 4 is not really as much of a mix, but like Queen 5, King 5, Queen 6, King 6, King 7. And we're going to kind of pay attention to where the hands kind of cluster around. Over here, when you see these offsuit 8s and 9s, it's, you might say, isn't this contradictory? Don't they block the folds? They do. But in No Limit, we have a competing concept called board coverage. And we just want to make sure that we don't never, ever, ever hit a board with an 8 on it, or never, ever, ever hit a board with a 9 on it. So we do have a little bit of these combos, but there's not much density here, and that's just for board coverage reasons. And you'll see that that's pretty consistent throughout. So this is a hand that we could, that at 50 bigs it doesn't 3-bet much, but we can 3-bet it a little bit. How often are you 3-betting a hand like this one?
Never.
Cool. So that's what it looked like based on I ran through this a little bit earlier. So this hand's like basically almost
pure.
Pretty close to pure. Yeah, pretty close. Yeah, pretty close to pure 3-bet. It does mix versus a 4-bet at this stack depth, which is probably why you don't 3-bet it. Is because it feels like if you 3-bet it, when he jams, you don't know what to do, because there's really no right answer if he jams. You could fold or you could call, and there's neither one of those plays is really wrong. But it's important to handicap the fact that the button will mostly call. Right? He's in position. He's not out of position. So his strategy is dominated by calling, and then he'll 4-bet occasionally. So when you 3-bet this hand, you are going to get called a lot, and you are going to dominate that calling range, right? So this hand mostly 3-bets here. Okay, so this hand's going to come up a lot. This is almost the exact same situation with almost the exact same answer.
And then ace jack we pure call, right, if they jam?
Yes,
yeah,
correct.
Yeah, because otherwise this one won't mix, I guess.
Yeah. And then how often are you 3-betting a hand like this here?
I would say I 3-bet. I do 3-bet King 6, King 5, Queen 5, Queen 6, Queen 7, that sort of thing. But Queen 3, like 0%. Guaranteed zero. Whoa.
Yeah. So this hand gets much more competitive as we get a little bit shorter. So you see, like if you recall the 50 big blind example, I can show you. It was almost never 3-betting. So this is 50 bigs. It doesn't really 3-bet this hand much. But as we get shorter, the idea of like 3-betting basically like a blocker on a stick starts to get much more compelling. You can't really 3-bet fold suited hands anymore. Yeah, so I don't know. You gotta like, come up with some kind of language for it.
Blocker on a stick.
Yeah. So so Queen 3 offsuit works, but you can see like the 9-6 suited are out now, right? And that's because we're gonna get jammed on more often as we get shorter, and so just 3-betting this blocker becomes a little bit more effective. We're gonna get flat a little bit less often as a fraction of their continuing strategy. The shorter we get, so the shorter we get, the more they jam, the less they call. And so it becomes more competitive to 3-bet these types of hands and less competitive to 3-bet these types of hands, because if they're going to jam, we don't want to 3-bet fold 9-6 suited. Right?
Yeah.
So
Okay, that's good. So that's a good note to make. Like like don't start going fucking crazy like 30 big blinds deep.
Yeah, and then I think for a lot of people, I think you'll probably be familiar with this idea, but newer players, some of the players that don't study that are in the audience, when you see these hands being utilized here, these are 3-bet calls. They're not 3-bet folds, right? So this is 35 bigs. It's a lot of chips, but these don't fold. So if we go button opens, big blind 3-bets, this other dickhead jams, and we look at like 10-9 suited, 9-8 suited, Jack-10 suited, these all call. So these aren't bluffs. So I did say that there are no 3-bet bluffs on the suited side, but then someone might have been like, what about Jack-10 suited? I'm like, yeah, that's calling, man. That's calling a jam. So, all right, so let's keep going.
Okay. Yeah, somebody, I just want to reiterate because it's an important question somebody in chat asked. Is fine to skip some of these 3-bet bluffs if you know you have trouble playing post with these tougher to play combos, or is it bad reasoning which will cascade more errors? I think it's important again to mention today that you might think to yourself like, oh, I don't want to do this because I don't know how to play after, but we want to learn further down the chain, right? Making a mistake pre-flop is worse than making it on the flop, and eventually you'll get better at playing flops. And then you'll get better at playing turns, and then you'll get better at playing rivers, and finally you know how to play the whole hand. But if you just shut it down pre-flop saying, I don't know how to do the rest of this, I'm not doing it, then you'll forever stay bad at it. So, you have to push the mistake further and further and learn. And, you're going to also, if you're already doing a pre-flop right and your opponents aren't, then you're already winning there. And then if you then play the flop correctly and they don't, then you're winning there. And then it doesn't even really matter that you're making still mistakes on the turn. You're being better than more and more people once you get further down the chain. So it's important to do that.
Yeah, I basically agree with everything Lexer said. I'll just reiterate that the only real way to learn how to play Queen 3 offsuit post flop in a 3-bet pot is to 3-bet with Queen 3 offsuit. So like if you don't do it, you're not going to learn how to do it. So which is what Lex said. So I agree with everything you just said. So this is the same spot, 35 bigs. We're shorter, so because this guy has 35. For people watching, it doesn't matter how many big blinds we have. We're playing to the effective stacks. We're playing to the shortest stack that's involved in the situation. So here we have a 35 big blind open. Pretty much plays the exact same as the previous one, which means this hand's like basically almost like a 50% 3-bet. So 3-bets, a lot. All right, so this one's a fine flat. At this stack depth, ace 6 through ace 8 are good flats. As we get shorter, they become bad flats, right? So 17 big blinds is the threshold at which you no longer flat ace 8. Once you get to 17 bigs, you start jamming all this stuff. Okay. All right, so this is a little bit too short for the Queen 4 off. I don't mind not 3-betting there. I think this is too short as well for the 9-8 off.
Wait, 9-8 off is in there as well for 50?
Yeah, I think it's in there as we get a little bit deeper. Yeah, and 9-8 off, it's basically like the same kind of idea where you don't want to 3-bet fold suited hands. So here you can see like we're going to be 3-betting and then calling. Over here with 9-8 off, it's like you're not going to be able to obviously get to call a jam with this hand. So this kind of 9-8 offsuit and like 10-6 suited or 9-8 off and 9-6 suited or 9-5 suited. They're pretty similar hands. They have a lot of equity. You don't really want to 3-bet fold these types of hands. You want to be more over here, where it's a little cleaner. So
isn't it actually kind of a fucking miracle that if you look at how many 3-bets I miss, that people actually pay me off and have a good hand? I mean,
yeah, you are missing a lot. Yeah, and it's we talked about it yesterday, where it's like with all the mistakes that we make, like you're still winning, right? You're still winning. So like there's still an opportunity to play and compete and make money. So this hand I might take a shot with. I like having again especially when we get shorter, when the effective stack gets shorter, the big blind has a harder time mixing offsuit sevens, right? So the shorter that we get, the harder this time this guy's gonna have. If you had King 7 offsuit, I like jamming that hand at this stack depth, but you obviously don't have King 7 off, so you can see over here. King 7 generally speaking. It's not jamming that much. King 7 suited jams a lot more.
Yeah, the King 7 the King 7 suited is something that slipped my mind again. The King 7, King 6 is like it's like the new Ace 5. You know, in all these solver
Yeah,
spots,
yeah.
it's like ace five shut up. It's like this. Oh my god, it's like my favorite hand right now as well, because ace five I feel like I can always go crazy with, and that king seven, king six. You know, it's just like wow, solver just loves those fucking hands.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the again, you're below the offsuit 8, and then you've got like you've got a blocker to a lot of the stronger parts of that king. So it's king 7 is like has some miracle properties. It gets utilized a lot. Yeah, like I don't know. You can mix this a little bit. It doesn't get used much.
I will say that what I like. So then you non all in 3-bet those, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So what I like about that is like, especially when you get short, the thing that I think I'm struggling with is like, let's say what I primarily use. Let's start with that. What I primarily use to non all in 3-bet from the big blind is ace x hands. But when a stack depth gets to a point where you're primarily flatting your suited aces, but jamming your offsuit aces, like with 20 big blinds, right? You need some other non all in 3-bets to be able to offset your aces, kings, and queens. And I'm not using any of those, so it's like such a light bulb moment for me. Like I don't use any of those when I get that short, but then here I am from the big blind. Oh, I have aces 6.5 bigs, you know, and they're like, well,
Guess you have aces then.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
So we're going to be taking a look today at bet folding the flop. So you c-bet, you get 2-bet, and then you make a fold that. We just make a fold. I mean, like we're not really filtered that heavily within bet fold. Let me just see so I can give people a little bit of an idea. We're filtered for like not having total trash. Okay, like I filtered out total trash. So like if you have 2 undercards to the board and no backdoor draw, like if the board's ace king queen, you have 7-6. We're not going to see that. Like that should be filtered out. So we're filtered for having like maybe a slightly decent hand. But I think that's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
And these are great exercises as well, especially because I play higher these weeks than I normally do. So I'm going to be playing versus people that are check raising more competitively and aggressively.
Yeah, and I try to be targeted because it makes the lessons like more like it's nice to pound the same spot over and over again, as opposed like that's how you would learn any other discipline, right? Like if you were playing anything else, you would try to focus on one area and try to fix that one area,
Yeah.
as opposed to like going through a hand history from like start to finish and like you see, 300 different spots, and it's like, well, it's hard to make the connections, right? So, how do you think about this at the moment here? So you open 20 bigs, big blind flats, roughly 20 effective. You c-bet, which is pretty reasonable, whatever. You're betting a third, and then you get 2-bet here. How do you think about this?
I mean, I think versus this side, like if it was any bigger and we'd be slightly deeper, then I would have a club preference here. But we're super short, and he min raises. So these are still very wide ranges, right? Like, and he's still gonna have a bluffing range. Like, generally, when I see somebody min raise off the stack depth, I instantly think like, oh, they know what they're doing, because that's just like a very competitive answer, right? To have the min raise. So I think that they're also going to be balanced. They're going to have some bluffs, and I would think that getting 6-1 could possibly put this in there. But I would still kind of stick to my club preference. But the nine looks pretty good connected, to my queen jack. So I don't know. I'm up in the air about this. I would still say that I would call with a club and fold without.
Okay, cool. So this is way too tight. At this given this price, like at this SPR, like not the SPR doesn't matter. Given the price, I mean, like given the odds you're getting, this like 2 overcards, not going to be really foldable, I don't think. And I don't think it's going to matter like which 2 overcards we have. So we're going to go here and we're going to edit this down just like a click. So we get raised, and you have queen jack. And this hand without a club is worth about 65 big blinds per 100, which is a lot, right? Again, just so it's clear for everyone, our target win rate is 5. We're only trying to win for 5 big blinds per 100. That's the goal. So if we're making mistakes, systematically would be Lex is doing them on purpose, right? He's like, yeah, I thought about it. I want to have a club. Without a club, I'm not calling here. So he's doing it on purpose. So we're trying to find mistakes, that will add up reasonably quickly. And kind of torch our win rate, basically. So yeah, so any 2 overcards here, right? So queen jack, queen 10, king 10. These are all worth a bunch. King jack, king queen. I said that, right? I said anything with 2 overcards is basically unfoldable. Jack 10 doesn't matter. You don't need a club. So,
Funny thing is, I would probably call jack 10 more often than I would call queen jack because of the connectivity to the 9.
Sure.
Does it have more equity, or am I crazy?
Is it worth more money?
Yeah.
So jack 10 with hearts and diamonds is like 66 big blinds per 100. Queen jack with hearts and diamonds is 58, so it's worth more. Yeah, that's
Okay.
Your intuition's correct. Jack 10's worth more.
Okay.
They're both worth a bunch, so don't fold.
But don't worry, they're both worth a fuckload. Okay, no, that's clear.
So how do you think about this?
Wait, what's because this looks like a 3-bet pot.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So
man, again, I mean, I do have to call here. No, oh my god, they're so short. No,
Yeah,
I fold.
they are short.
Yeah. No, I fold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to this one. So the last one I knew the answer. The last one. So this one's harder. So,
Clear fold. Clear fold.
Clear fold. I don't know, but it's close.
I'm doubling down.
Yeah, it is close, but it mostly folds. So you can see like this version, right? Like these, it's not pure fold, right? Like there's a lot of folding. Don't get me wrong, but it's just close. It's just close, and this is a bigger size too. This is a bigger size than the one he used. This is going to 17 bigs, and he went to 16 and a half.
Okay,
close.
let me ask you something, and I know we hardly ever do this, right? But I think that a lot of people in chat are curious about this. Like we don't talk much about adjustments or exploits, right? We just like what is because it's also a thing where what we need to learn is the best strategy possible, and it's also up to me to use sort of experience and game sense to adjust certain things, right? But we in the end we want to learn like what's the best strategy. Can I just like I can simplify that versus somebody who I know is not a good player. I can just pure fold, right? Because they're not going to have
without a club. I think it's pretty easy to do that.
Yeah. So that's because somebody in the chat asked like, does this also work on my stakes or does it also work on low stakes? And I think that's the thing that you can adjust. Like, do you get ace king here without a club and C Darwin is check raising you? Then you're going to have to think very carefully if you want to be overfolding because he's going to put the test on you. But if you're playing the big 55 and Joe Rando is check raising you, then you can very comfortably fold without a club every single time. So yes, there is adjustments and yes, it's different, but I do want to say to chat, like, before you can make adjustments, you need to know what good strategy is because otherwise you're just fucking free flying and you don't know what you're doing. And then you're going to use human instinct again and you're just going to use your bias. So you need to know what solid strategy is before you can even think about deviating from it. That's very important, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I would say that when people play, when they ask the question, like, which is pretty common, does this work in the games that I play? The answer in 98% of cases, or 99%, probably more than 99% of cases, more than 1 in 100. Well, it's less than 1 in 100 that won't apply. But so the vast majority of the time, the answer to that question is just a direct yes. But you should keep in mind that like the mistake that lower metagames, like lower limits make, or like weaker metagames make, they have a smaller average pot size basically. So they don't check raise enough, they don't 3-bet enough, they don't 4-bet enough, they don't 5-bet enough, they don't overbet the turn enough, they don't overbet the river enough. They don't check raise the turn enough. They don't check raise the river enough. On average, that's what those games look like. They're a little bit too weak tight. So yeah, when you get check raise to a huge size, like on average in a less competitive metagame, the range will be a little bit too strong. So like that's the kind of bias that you can kind of take into that's like a little bit of understanding you can take into that scenario or that question, which is like, does this work at lower limits? Well, the ranges might be a little bit too strong. So like that's the only real caveat I would have.
Yeah.
This looks good. I'd fold too. Anything about this?
No, yeah, this is like I think it's a crime to fold this, honestly.
Yeah, this is gonna cost like 100 big blinds.
Yeah, this one I can instantly say like this is like stealing from myself. I mean, it's not even it's a fucking ridiculous raise size even.
Yeah, you're getting like way too good of a price. It's really hard to fold stuff because all of your entire range has 2 overcards, right? There's a deuce on the board, right? It's either trips or deuce, and so like your whole range has overcards to deuce. So it's really hard to fold hands against this price. So if he actually has a 5, he could raise bigger, you would still call. So like it's like some people might look at this and say, oh, he's gonna get so many calls with a 5. He's like, yeah, but if he goes bigger, he'll still gonna get so many calls with a 5. He's gonna make more money. So this sizing is not really all that logical. I don't think it's too small. Yeah, this is like a criminal fold basically. So. Like I said, probably costs 100 big blinds per 100 there. How do you think about this one?
Well, again, I think I have 2 overs to the 8. I got a really good price, so I just have to call. And also my backdoors are pretty snazzy because I can make backdoor straights.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically like a failure on his part in terms of sizing. Right, so this is sort of happening to you at a reasonable clip where your opponents are using too small of a 2-bet size. They're using too small of a check raise size. And they're basically allowing you to navigate a strategy that's like pretty clean in the sense that like if you have an overcard to that 8, that really sucks. And that's because you're going to lose an out, right? You have this player could have a pair of 8s, and if you have Jack 7, you're losing a pretty direct out, which is 3 outs really, on to the next card. But here, like anything with 2 overcards at this price, going to be pretty competitive and pretty difficult to fold. So yeah, I would be be pure calling at this SPR. And again, I would expect this to cost at least 60, 70 big blinds per 100 if we looked it up, potentially more. So, oof. What do you think?
Yeah, I just don't think I can ever fold this.
Yeah, this is just fun to show you, just because I want to see how much money you just lost. This is a lot of there's a lot of profit. Like we can't fold this hand.
It's good.
So
it's good.
what makes it unfoldable, right? Like we have a pair, we have outs if he's value betting. So if he's got like, you know, 2 pair or pocket eights, which he could flat at the stack depth, right? Then we have a gut shot and an over and the ace, right? And the pair outs. If he's bluffing, we dominate him because a lot of his bluffs may come from like an ace. Obviously, a lot of his bluffs come from a 6 or a 7 as well. Probably makes more sense for them to come from a 7. But when you have a hand that beats your opponent's bluffs, but also can suck out on your opponent's value bets, those characteristics are pretty rare. Like it's right. Like those characteristics are usually pretty rare, where you can suck out on your opponent's value bets and you can beat his bluffs. If you have a hand like that, that's a good hand. Like that's a hand that has really good properties, and you can contrast that with a hand like, I don't know, King 4, where it's just like you have a pair of 4s, which is better than a pair of 3s in an absolute sense, but like not really what we're looking for. This is more of a big bet board, by the way. You should have been betting larger here or checking, but we went with a quarter pot, which
that's good to know, because
sure,
that's definitely a mistake then. I almost small. Is it because of the rarity of their offsuit combinations hitting this board, like 3-4, 4 deuce, whatever, 6 deuce, 5 deuce?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean,
Yeah,
3-4 is calling.
Yeah, they have straights, but it's harder. It's harder, and we don't interact with this board, so we're gonna be checking a lot. It's gonna be really hard for us to have a high frequency bet strategy. So,
is it because our offsuit range struggles to connect?
Yeah, it's because the whole range struggles to connect. Even large parts of the suited part will struggle to connect to this board.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, you'll be opening like suited 5s a lot, which obviously the board has a 5 on it, but you're not going to be opening suited 4s or 3s a lot. So you're going to have a hard time interacting here. All right, and then this is your ace 3 offsuit. It's worth 165 big. These are with the backdoor flush draw. Those are with the backdoor flush draw. It's worth about 30. It's worth about 30.
Okay.
It's not as bad. It's worth about 30. How do you think about this?
Tough one. I think it might be a call.
I'd sure call this.
Yeah, because just because of the backdoor capabilities, I need some bet calls here, right? I mean, I think that this flop also checks a reasonable amount. Checks back, right? Because my ace-x doesn't need protection, and there's a asymmetry in who has a more 10x.
Yeah, they're competing. The reason that we might get to fold this is because we have so many offsuit combos with a draw. So like, if we can fold this, my assumption would be that it's because we have so many offsuit combos with a draw, so many queen jacks, king queens, like that helps us get out of this, and it does. So if the board was like ace 9-9, and we had like queen 10, for example, this would be more obviously a call. The fact that because we would have less straight draws, which would give us clean calls on the flop. So the fact that it's ace 10-10 makes it a little bit more complicated, but I would still call. But I am open to the fact that, like, you know, there's a reasonable probability that I'm wrong here and that I should just fold. And the other thing is, like, you have to kind of it's helpful to frame like what a big how do I say this properly? You have like the 2 scales of judgment, right? On the one hand, you have like I folded too much, and on the other one, you have I called too much, right? Most human players, like which is everyone, most players will like bias or feel more comfortable like if they don't do something that causes them further losses. When I think what you want to do instead is you want to think like, okay, if this is not a call, how much money did I just lose? And if this is a call, how much money did I just lose if I go the other way, right? And I think that like when these spots are really close, if it turns out that it's a fold, it's probably going to cost me like 5 to 6 big blinds per 100. If it's a call, it might cost like 70 or 8, as you've seen, right? Like when they're really close and it's like, oh, you should fold. It's like, how much did we lose? It's a mix. It's worth like 6 big blinds, or it's worth minus 6 big blinds, or it's worth minus 7, or it's worth minus 12. But when we miss like some of these calls, and they're really good calls, like you can lose like 100 or like lose 80. So my bias is actually to like make the mistake of defending too much. All right, so here we go, and we see the check raise to 4. Yeah, we're not even close. 36.
Wow.
So this is kind of my issues. These hands are worth so much money over here, and we have these offsuit combos helping us out. But yeah, we're still like, you know, defending tons of trash hands like queen 7. Which is just, you know, queen 6.
Queen 7 can't even make straights. That's absurd.
Yeah. It's a small size. You just can't fold. You can't fold too much.
Yeah, let's call it here again. So we have 5
Yeah,
minutes
cool.
before play starts, and I can do the rundown and stuff.
Awesome, brother. Sounds good, man.
All right, thanks
Thanks
again.
for having me.
Thank you, bro.
All right, dude.
Talk
Good
soon.
luck, and
All
I'll
right.
talk to you soon.
Bye bye.
Cheers. Bye. So every one of those folds that we just saw is costing Lex 67 big blinds per 100. And so, like, if you know, again, this is what I kind of refer to this as like death by 1,000 cuts. Like, you know, it's like bang, there goes 67 big blinds out the front door. I'd pure open this one, so bang, there's another 67 big blinds out the front door.
What's up, guys? My name is Lex Veldhuis, and welcome to this mini coaching series on BBC. In this video, we're going to tackle the most important tournament aspects, some of the areas that I'm struggling with the most, and I'm sure that you guys can learn a lot too. This is a coaching session between me and the man himself, BBC. There's going to be lots of free value in this video. I love to warm up for sessions, doing some coaching, and maybe this video will provide that for you as well. If you have any questions, of course, let us know in the comments, and enjoy.
Lex also just, I think, you know, your audience probably wants to know this. You know, you are winning. Lex is winning over this this sample of hands. It's about 100,000 hands. He's got a win rate. He's doing fine. So he's on a down.
Hello, and thank you very much for clicking on this video. My name is Jordan Drummond. I'm the guy that runs BBZ Poker, and the fact that you've clicked on this video means that in some capacity you're trying to get better at No Limit Hold'em, and I really appreciate that you've trusted me to try to help you do that. This video was taken from one of our free seminars that takes place every Monday morning in the BBZ Poker Discord, okay? And it focuses on one of the bread and butter scenarios of the game, big blind versus button. Hopefully you find it helpful. If you have any questions at all about what you see in this video, please post in the YouTube comment section. So thanks very much and enjoy the video.
We are looking at kind of a range of spots. Actually, there's a couple spots in here, and we're just drilling. And the reason we're drilling is because I'm going to be playing a 25K at the end of the month. I'm going to go to the Bahamas, play the 25K PSPC. That's the plan. So I'm just going to start, you know, studying some deep spots for myself. So with that, you guys can go ahead and kick this off. What do you guys want to do when you see a flop like this? We have 3-bet the big blind. All of these hands will take place in the big blind. We'll be playing against either the button or the cutoff. And yeah, you're up. We 3-bet the big blind versus the button called. Flops queen 8 deuce rainbow. I'm probably gonna bet a quarter. I think half pot's probably just like, you know, not without merit, but I'm probably just gonna be mostly betting. We bet, we got raised. So if you're, in case you're like having a difficult time following the action. So now what should we do? Okay, looks like what else you want to call. I imagine calls the play. There might be some fold percentage, but I would imagine calls the play. No fold percentage, and call is the line. So let's go ahead and take a look at this flop. So let's go here, take a look at what the flop strategy looks like. So there's some checking on this board. There's actually a lot of checking on this board. There's more checking than I thought that this board was going to contain, to be honest with you. And that's interesting because I thought the boards with a deuce on them had higher frequency bets. So what we're going to do now is we're going to look at all these different boards. And maybe just see what some of this looks like.
Let's level up your tournament poker skills. I'm about to share 7 fundamental tips that will help you run deeper and play more confidently in tournaments. My name is Mike Brady, and I'm flying solo today. Gary Blackwood will be back in the next episode. All of these tips were originally written by an absolute poker legend when it comes to tournaments. His name is Mika Antonen. He's a Finnish poker player. He put up some amazing numbers in his time as a poker pro, so you can trust these tips. Tip number 1 is to raise a lot when the action folds to you, but don't go overboard. With antes in play, a 2.25 big blind raise has to pick up the pot less than half the time to show an immediate profit, and that's not including the hand's post-flop potential. Open small and often is a phrase that drove pre-flop strategy of every tournament regular for years, and it still has a lot of merit just because the math backs it up. For example, suppose you're in a tournament and the blinds are 200-400 with a 400 big blind ante. Let's also say that you have deep stacks, let's say 40,000 chips, which would be 100 big blinds, and you are on the button with 10-5 suited when the action folds to you. You raise it up to 900. That's 2.25 big blinds. This raise only has to work about 47.8% of the time to show an immediate profit. If the blinds are somewhat tight players, which they often are, especially if we play live tournaments, there's a reasonable chance that they aren't collectively playing back with 52.2% of hands. If they aren't, your raise is instantly making money. Even if you had 2 napkins in your hand, it would be profitable to raise it up on the button. But even if they are playing back at you more than 52.2% of the time, that's fine because this isn't accounting for all the pots you'll win post-flop. Sometimes you'll flop something and win the pot at showdown. Sometimes you'll win the pot with a c-bet on the flop, etc. There's a ton of ways for you to win the pot post-flop. Against weaker opposition, raising small and often works really well, especially in late position. If the blinds are loose and or aggressive players, you should tighten up a bit, but you might be surprised by just how loose you can still play on the button even against pretty aggressive players. Case in point, I'm going to pull up the default open raising range for the player on the button with 100 big blind stacks from Upswing Poker's advanced tournament course Road to Victory, which was made by 2 elite tournament players, Nick Petrangelo and Darren Elias. This chart shows that at equilibrium, in other words, how a solver would play the situation, you can raise 53.7% of hands from the button for a 2.8x raise when the action folds to you. This range includes hands as weak as Jack-2 suited, 10-7 offsuit, 9-7 offsuit, King-5 offsuit, and 5-3 suited. It's a super, super wide range, and this is assuming your opponents are playing as aggressively as a solver would. And if you know anything about solvers, you know that they are absolutely savage, and your human opponents probably aren't playing nearly that aggressive, which means you can arguably open raise even wider. This chart's raising range is just the baseline. If you have information about your opponents in the blinds, you absolutely can adjust your strategy. Against some blinds, it's correct to open any 2 on the button. If your opponents are very weak and very tight, you can absolutely pull that off. Against very aggressive players, you'll want to cut out the weakest stuff from that range. If it's 2 very, very aggressive players in the small and big blind, I know I'm not going to be raising Jack-2 suited and 10-3 suited. I'll go ahead and get out of the way with those and let the good players battle. I should note there's a chart like the one I'm looking at for hundreds of common scenarios inside Upswing Poker's advanced tournament course Road to Victory, and that course is 30% off right now during the World Series of Tournaments sale at upswingpoker.com. We've also got a couple course bundles that we put together. So if you want to grab a couple of courses or even up to 6 courses all at once at a massive discount of up to 51%, head over to upswingpoker.com and click the banner at the top of the page to browse all available deals. Moving on to tip number 2, defend your big blinds a lot. You just learned that a small raise only has to work around half the time to profit. As the big blind, the burden is mostly on you to stop people from raising too often. One factor that allows you to defend more often is the extremely generous pot odds that you're being offered when you're sitting in the big blind. You've already got that 1 big blind in there. Usually the raise is only to 2 or 3 big blinds, so you're getting a really solid discount. For example, suppose the blinds are 200, 400 again with that same 400 big blind ante, and you're in the big blind. A player in late position raises to 900, and the action is on you. You need to call 500 chips to see the flop, and there are already 1,900 chips in the pot. Based on those pot odds, you need just 20.8% to call profitably. That is very little. Even 7-2 offsuit has more than that against a standard button range. It has about 29%, in case you're wondering. But this is super important. You can't defend quite as wide as your raw equity might lead you to believe. This is because you still have to play your hand post-flop and you're out of position. The raw equity of your hand versus their range doesn't quite tell the full story because in order to quote-unquote realize your equity, you need to reach showdown. You know, a lot of the times with 7-2 offsuit, for example, you're going to miss the flop, they're going to bet, you're going to fold, and who knows, you might have hit a 7 on the turn and that would have won. So you don't actually realize all of that raw equity that you had. As a result, you have to defend a fair bit tighter than your raw equity might lead you to believe. As a good rule of thumb, especially if you aren't particularly experienced, it's a good idea to call with hands that have some sort of post-flop playability. So against a button raise, you're going to fold that 7-2 offsuit. You're probably going to fold the 7-3 offsuit, but once you get up to like 7-5 offsuit or 7-6 offsuit, those hands have enough playability. You're going to flop some straight draws. You obviously can flop some pairs and such that they are going to be worth defending against a button range, for example. I'm going to pull up another range from the Advanced Road to Victory tournament course on Upswing Poker. I'm going to pull up the big blind defense range versus a button raise at 50 big blinds. And the range is quite wide. We're calling with 66.4% of hands and 3-betting with 12.8% of hands, which means we're collectively defending with about 79% of hands. Only 21% of hands are hitting the muck here against this small raise from the button. We're calling with hands as weak as 6-4 offsuit, 5-3 offsuit, Jack-4 offsuit. Every suited hand is getting in there for a call because, put simply, our pot odds are good enough. And that segues nicely into a quick note I want to make on defending your big blind. Hands with which you 3-bet bluff will be greatly impacted by stack size. When you have between 25 and 40 big blinds, you're going to want to 3-bet bluff with hands slightly worse than your call-worthy hands. For example, suppose you're in the cutoff. Takeaway for this tip, building stacks. You still get to do a lot of calling thanks to the small raise and the antes that are in the pot. You just have really good pot odds in tournaments, and you get to call quite often against raises for that reason. But the answer is the big blind. You might have more overpairs that the big blind mostly doesn't have, but you also have a lot more overcard hands like ace-king, king-queen, stuff like that, that has totally missed the flop. The big blind is much more likely to have a piece of this 10-8-6 flop. They're going to have hands like 9-7 suited, 8-6 suited, Jack-9 suited for a straight draw. So overall, this board is going to hit their range more than it hits yours. Question number 2, who has the most super strong hands on this board? And the answer is, once again, your opponent. You both probably have the same amount of sets. You can both have pocket 10s, pocket 8s, and pocket 6s at the same frequency. But he has all the straights and 2 pairs, whereas you pretty much have none of them. You probably wouldn't raise under the gun pre-flop with a hand like 8-6 suited. Maybe you would 10-8 suited. Probably not 9-7 suited, but who knows? Only you know your game. But the point is, they're way more likely to have 2 pair or a straight, which means they simply have more super strong hands. And yeah, you might have more overpairs, but an overpair like pocket aces really isn't anywhere near the nuts on a board like 10-8-6. You're not going to be willing to put 50 plus big blinds in on this flop. You're almost always going to be in rough shape if that happens. So you can't really consider an overpair a super strong hand on this board. So as a result, this board favors them when it comes to super strong hands. We call this the nut advantage. Question number 3, will my opponent think this flop hits my range? And I think the answer is pretty clear cut here. Since your range is basically pocket pairs and high card hands, such as suited broadways, ace-10 suited, ace-jack offsuit, your opponent is going to have a pretty good idea where you're at in this hand. They're going to be able to put you on a range that's mostly over cards and over pairs. It's never ideal when your opponent is able to easily predict where you're at. So that's another question that really isn't working in your favor. But if you have a hand like king-queen offsuit or ace ahead, and this is going to help you avoid tricky spots, will I bubble of a tournament where you're like a short stack and you really want to squeak your way into the money just to get your money back and maybe a little bit more? That's maybe 1.5 buy-ins that you're fighting for in that situation. Going from second to first is nearly 50 times as important as that, depending on what tournament you're in. Teaching you how to play heads up exactly is beyond the scope of this episode. I did a great episode with Doug Polk a while back called Doug Polk's Biggest Chunk of the Prize Pool, and it's often necessary to practice heads up since it's so often going to get out of around the world and online. Practice playing heads up against a perfect opponent, and that's a good place to get some reps in before you're battling for high stakes glory. But the key here is just to do some preparation, especially if you've made a final table that you're playing the next day or something like that. Do some heads up work, study some ranges, get an idea.
Hey everybody, Phil here. We are going with the classic format today. My producer Thomas is going to throw me a suggestion of a top 5 eye on the fly. I'm going to come up with the best answers that I can, and I hope you find them helpful. So without further ado, let's get into it. All right, top 5 tournament struggles and how to fix them. This is a good one, but a tough one for me. So when somebody says, you know, I can usually survive a long time in a tournament, but I'm never making final tables, I'm never building a huge chip stack, or if I do build a huge chip stack, it just kind of dwindles. What am I doing wrong? The long run in tournaments takes a very long time. So you have to keep in mind that even if you are experiencing these types of results, you don't put too much weight into this because you might be doing everything right. I mean, nobody's doing everything right, but you might be. This might not be you, but if this statement resonates with you, if it rings true for your experience, usually what causes that over the long term is that you are playing too tight, specifically not gambling enough in the later stages of the tournament. So much about bubble play and short stack play in general is about aggression and putting all of your chips in, especially being the one to go all in, but sometimes calling it off with hands that you are kind of afraid to call it off with. That's where a lot of the money is won. And you have to keep in mind that, you know, everything that you feel emotionally in a tournament. So let's say you're on the bubble and you just really want to make the money, and you're afraid that if you go all in, you're going to get called and you're going to bust out. You're afraid that someone's shoving a range that, you know, you might be ahead of, but you can't really call it off because then, you know, the bubble is looming and maybe you're not ahead of the range, but maybe if you're ahead of their hand, they'll still suck out. All of those things that you're feeling, other people are feeling as well. Everybody's human so far. The way to capitalize on that fear, those emotions, are to be the one putting people in uncomfortable spots. You should be the one attacking blinds. You should be the one 3-bet jamming against somebody who's opening too wide. And I think a lot of this can be solved by looking at charts of how you should play with 8 big blinds, 10 big blinds, 15 big blinds, 20 big blinds. Sometimes it will surprise you how much you should be sticking your money in, both as the caller and as the raiser. You know, poker is a very different game when played at 15 big blinds than at 100 big blinds. You can't kind of wait for the same stranglehold on a hand to put your money in with. You need to just get your money in and hope for the best. And oftentimes when you have 10 big blinds, you know, stealing the 2.5 big blinds in the pot with the big blind and the small blind and the ante, I mean, that's 25% increase to your stack. And the most you can lose of your stack is 100%. So if you're making that 25% increase and then somebody calls, you're always going to have equity when they call. Minimum 20%, often 40%, 50%. And so then you're, even with that 2.5 big blind overlay, you might be making money with your 45% equity. If you fall into this category, look at some of the ways that you should play in theory. Push yourself to play more aggressively, probably even more aggressively than you should in theory. A problem that I sometimes see, somebody will say, I seem to always get off to a good start, but by the end of day 1 or into day 2, I never make something happen, or I find myself in so many tough spots, or I get confused often. This could be a couple of things, but one thing I want to draw your attention to is energy management. So tournaments, especially live tournaments, are grueling. A 12, 14-hour day, you'll sleep for 6 hours, then you'll play another 12, 14-hour day. It's so important to manage your energy levels and your expectations for yourself. You're not going to be at your best 12 hours in, neither are your opponents. There are things you can do to improve your focus levels and energy levels. I would say, you know, avoid over caffeinating early, especially because early in a tournament, blinds are so small compared to what they are later in a tournament. You're actually playing for much smaller stakes than you will be later. So by over caffeinating at the beginning of the day, you're gonna have that crash in the later half of the day when you're playing higher stakes. And you can either recaffeinate and hope for the best and then probably disturb your sleep, or you can not and you can just be crashed. Similarly, day 2s, day 3s, and you're feeling unfocused and you're really beaten down. First of all, it's kind of normal, but second of all, you need to be prioritizing sleep. There's no substitute for sleep and what it does for you. Anything that you can do in order to, when the tournament day is done, wind down, get back to wherever you can sleep faster. There's a lot of value in staying closer to the venue because of that time saved in the commute, getting you back and getting you into your evening routine and winding down. And that's another aspect. Winding down from the session is really important. When you're playing all day, you have so much, your mind is racing, you have so much adrenaline every time you enter kind of a big pot that you'll leave, you'll be amped up, and you'll continue to have thoughts, if you're anything like me, replaying through your mind. Elliot Rowe has some MP3s for post-session kind of meditations, but general meditation of any kind, taking a walk while listening to some music, anything that would help you unwind. Going right from that to, all right, I'm going to sleep now, or all right, I'm going to go hang out with my family for a little bit and then go to sleep. Having something in between to kind of turn your brain off, kind of start the relaxation process is really helpful. So another problem people have is not being aware enough of the structure and what that means for your game and your time management. You start with a certain number of big blinds, the blinds increase at this rate. You can kind of have a rough idea of when the bubble might burst. This is relevant in a few ways. First of all, some levels, the antes are a bigger portion of the blinds, and some they're smaller. And I actually like to vary my play. So when the antes are smaller portion of the big blind, I will play extra tight, even more than the antes kind of dictate, because I want to build an image for the next level where antes are going to be big and I'm going to be playing a lot more aggressively trying to steal those antes. But anyways, just being aware of the structure from a strategic perspective is helpful. Now also, if you have a tournament that's starting, 200 big blinds deep, 4 hours in is 75 big blinds deep, it's a great opportunity if they have late registration to just wait and register late. This is debatable, certainly, and if you have a big edge and people are in there early punting off their stacks, then okay. But if you're playing a grueling schedule day in, day out, like at the World Series of Poker, getting that extra 2 hours of sleep, getting that rest even of some kind that's not sleep is really powerful. Is going to add up over time, or rather the opposite effects, the lack of sleep is going to compound over time. And if you're playing for a month straight or a month and a half, like the World Series of Poker, managing your sleep and energy in the early days by skipping some levels that are, relatively unimportant, I think is really valuable. I see a lot of players struggle with mentally resetting and adapting to new circumstances. So what I mean by that is sometimes you're playing at a table, you're, kind of deep in the tournament and you're the chip leader at the table. So you have your foot on the gas, you're running people over, and then you lose a big pot. And now all of a sudden you're, average stack at the table. A lot of people, first of all, they just have been playing that way for a little while. So the routine kind of just continues. They keep opening the same number of hands as they were before when they shouldn't be. And then other people are just thinking about getting back to that stack because they want to be back to the stack that they were. There's so much of that in poker tournaments, getting back to your peak stack. And that's really detrimental to your thought process. Resetting and moving on to the new conditions that you find yourself in is really valuable, because putting out of your mind where you were, looking at where you are now, the makeup of your table, and then what strategy should look like with your new stack, and this player now having a big stack on your left and this player on your right being relatively tight, all those things, they change when your stack size change, and your stack size can change in an individual hand in a matter of seconds. So be ready and willing to adapt. Similarly, even if your stack stays the same, somebody else's stack might double and they now cover you, and they're a really loose aggressive player, and that should totally change the way that you play from there on out. Or somebody gets moved away from your table, somebody gets moved to your table, you now have a completely different dynamic to keep in mind. Tournaments are really, really dynamic in the way that you need to adjust to the number of big blinds that everybody else at the table has, the payout structure as you get closer to the money, or you're in the money and closer to the final table. There are so many elements that you need to keep in mind. And so being ready at all times to make those adjustments, to consciously think about those adjustments, not just be like, oh, I know it's getting closer to the money, so I should be a little tighter. Just no, think through, okay, where are we at right now? What does that mean for me? What is my strategy going to be for this period of the tournament? And then if 2 hands later you lose a big pot, do it again. All right, we're still at this point in the tournament, but now my stack is this. What should my strategy be now for this point in the tournament? Not commonly occurring problem, but an expensive problem that people have in tournaments is when they get to a final table and it starts to get down to 5-handed, 4-handed, 3-handed, heads up, they get run over. Because the majority, if you play tournaments every day, the majority of the time you're going to be playing at a full table. At all points up until the final table, you play at a full table. That's the overwhelming majority of a tournament. And then even once you get to the final table, it starts as a full table. But playing shorthanded is a bit different. Honestly, playing shorthanded does not require a different skill set. It's just that a skill set that is too weak is going to get exposed in a shorthanded lineup. Let's say everybody folds to you on the button. You're playing 3-handed now. You're on the button, there's just a small blind and the big blind, and you're playing 3-handed. Everybody else is out of the pot. So strategy there on the button is really similar to strategy playing 3-handed on the button. The problem is some people who are too tight, too passive, when they're at a full table, they can capitalize on other players' looseness and win more pots than they should against weaker hands. But then they don't play well when it's folded to them on the button. They don't play well when it's folded to them in the cutoff. They don't play well when the button opens and they're in the big blind. But that gets made up for by the other pots that they play, and generally, of course, with lower blind levels and deeper stacks. At a 4-handed table, if you're too tight and passive, it's going to be exposed. And certainly when you're heads up, it's going to be exposed. So work on your shorthanded play, I would say by getting practice maybe in cash games, getting practice in sit and goes. Sit and goes are a great way to start to basically simulate a final table. If you start a 6-handed sit and go or a 9-handed sit and go, if they even have those anymore, and just go from 6 to 5 to 4 to 3 to 2, and stacks just like in tournaments, blinds just like in tournaments. That will help you really improve your final table play. And what you may not realize is that by improving your final table play, improving your 3-handed and 4-handed play, you're actually improving your full ring play, because you're improving the way that you play from the cutoff, from the button, against the cutoff and the button, against the small blind from the big blind. That's an area that I think a lot of people assume only helps them once they make the final table, which is important, but it doesn't happen that often. But no, it helps you throughout the whole tournament. So work on your shorthanded play, and it will just strengthen your poker game all around. Whether you're going to play the World Series of Poker or any other tournament, remember, at the end of the day, tournaments are supposed to be fun. Poker's supposed to be fun, but especially tournaments. They're a really fun and exciting format. They also can bring with them a lot of emotions, just like any poker, but tournaments especially, the stakes are literally raised as you go through the tournament. They can be more stressful than cash games. They can be more tense and intense than cash games. And so by going into it, having no real expectations, you know that your goal is to play the best you can, and your goal is to have fun. And if you're attempting to just do those two things, and you know that the results will be what the results will be, because in any individual tournament, they're out of your hands, you'll set yourself up for more success, not only emotionally and personally, but financially as well. I think you'll have better results if you go in with those expectations. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on this video. I'd love to hear what you'd like to see more of from me. I make these videos with a specific type of viewer in mind quite often, and it's really helpful for me to actually hear from a specific viewer with a specific problem or a specific interest, so that I can speak to it and it's resonating with.
Are you going to crush poker tournaments coming up in 2025? Have you not noticed that these games are getting really freaking hard? In fact, here in 2025, they're harder than ever. There's so much information available. There's so many people that have the capability of being able to study spots and learn how to play with these game dynamics that are putting you into a lot of really tough positions. But how would you like to flip the table and you be the shark as opposed to the fish at the table? I've got 7 strategies that you're going to implement over the next 12 months in order to make sure you are the shark and not the fish at the table. Let's jump in. Covering the 7 tips real quick. They are check raising, pot control, game selection will be king. The all-in or fold method is dead. Exploitative 3-betting, delayed c-betting, and exploitative folding. This is something I don't hear anybody talking about, but I will say right now, this is going to print you money in 2025. Make sure you stay around all the way to the end, because exploitative folding is going to be way worth the whole benefit of this entire strategy video. Before we jump into these, it would go real far if you would like and subscribe down below, and make sure you click that little bell notification. That way you get these as soon as they come out. I'm Zach the Tiburon Marcy. I am a 20+ year no limit hold'em specialist for online poker tournaments, and I both coach and stream. But the most important thing is you're going to get tips and tricks on how to get profitable and stay profitable moving forward. We do all the heavy lifting for you. We do all the study for you, so you don't have to. Like, subscribe down below, share this out to your friends. Let's jump into these tips. So tip number 1, check raising. So check raising has become something that you see with increased frequency, but it also has sophistication. Players are employing them not just as value, but also as bluffs on dynamic boards. The trend kind of forces your opponents into uncomfortable spots, especially when facing aggressive continuation bettors. And this one goes hand in hand with delayed c-betting, which I'll cover a little bit later. But it's really important about knowing when to check raise with draws versus made hands. And that skill has become really important in modern stakes, modern low to mid stakes poker. Actually, you're seeing a lot in high rollers as well. Players who master the check raise are going to drastically increase their chip accumulation in multi-table tournaments. Tip number 2, pot control is king. The small ball strategy is more prevalent than it ever has been. With GTO basically showing we have the capability of being able to bet pretty much all of our range, nut, and even hand advantage, but it's leading to a little bit smaller raises, a little bit smaller betting, but more frequent. And players are opting for those smaller pre-flop raises and post-flop bets in order to keep variance in check. It does allow for like a lot more post-flop maneuverability, but skilled players, which you guys here at Be the Shark are, you guys are going to wind up leveraging a lot of these smaller pots to steadily build your stack over time. You know, gone are going to be the days of just way over bloating pots, especially with top pair early in your stages of your tournaments. 2025, you're going to see, and you're going to have to be one of the best players that are controlling pot sizes to maintain an edge over less experienced opponents and opponents that are making a lot of blunders post-flop. Tip number 3, game selection is going to be king. So you could almost call this game specialization. And, you know, in a later video, I'm going to go through and I'm going to show you guys how I picked apart what I was really good at, what I was really bad at, and I literally just got rid of everything that I was bad at. In fact, as I go over where I was profitable last year, you're going to see I wound up cutting out sit and goes altogether. I had a lot of variance in them. I was up, I was down, and then when I cut them out, my graph went completely up. And what I actually wound up cutting out was pot limit Omaha, was heads up sit and goes altogether and sit and goes altogether. And I started specializing in three formats of multi-table tournaments, which were deep stack tournaments, PKOs, and rebuys. Those three things where I was focusing on them, my line and my profitability literally skyrocketed up. In fact, you know what? Here, take a look at this. This right here is where I was messing around with sit and goes. And this right here, that line that you see going straight up, that is where I actually wound up just focusing on multi-table tournaments, and that's it. Game selection it's not something that's any longer just nice to have. It's a must. More players are adopting a modern strategy, so knowing where you have your edges, it's absolutely crucial in order to maximize your profitability. There are a lot of sites that are offering softer fields, and you're going to have to identify some of those multi-table tournaments where you have the edge and become the shark in the sea of fish. There's a lot of players now that are just dedicating themselves to seeking out those tournaments with a lot of recs and avoiding those with heavy pros and heavy reg participation. Smart game selection, it can often make the difference between printing money, as you see, and breaking even, which you see on my tale of two 2024s. So tip number 3, game selection. Number 4, all in or fold is going to be dead. Small ball is going to be king. Now, this does differentiate from the tip that I had went into earlier about pot control. This is more related to seeing people just jamming all in when they start getting super shallow for no reason. It has started a wave of variance there was a point in time that we were forcing a lot of folds in the early 2000s, like early 2000s all the way up to like 2010. Players are now moving more towards that nuanced small ball strategy, as I had told you. But what they're doing is they're also only strategically using the all-in method if they get to a certain spot. And usually it's on the turn or the river where they know their opponent can't call. Now, the pre-flop jamming is going to start going a little bit by the wayside, especially around the money bubbles, and you're going to start seeing a lot more post-flop play and not risking your entire tournament life. Just as a result, what you're going to see is players are going to start to embrace this shift. Their stacks, your stack size, when you embrace this, will start to steadily progress up, and it will give you more strategic flexibility as you start getting to the mid and the late stages of tournaments. You can still put pressure on some of the smaller stacks with a big stack, or you can use a smaller bet when you're a mid stack and try to control those pots where you're not having to play these humongous pots that wind up costing you your tournament life. As a result, you're just going to see fewer pre-flop jams, and the more hands are going to go to the flop where post-flop skill is going to reign supreme. And remember, as we're talking about this, you're going to start seeing a lot of the skill sets in these next ones on post-flop play. And that takes me to tip number 5, or strategy number 5, which is going to be exploitative 3-betting. Players are starting to take more of an exploitative approach with their 3-bets. They're going to be targeting player tendencies rather than even trying to balance their ranges. And this is where we start to deviate from GTO. Sure, GTO likes ace-5 suited and whatever it is, like king-6, whatever that favorite hand that GTO is. You're going to start picking up on reads that you get at players, the ones that overfold, the ones that wind up playing super, super tight ranges, and the ones that would never 3-bet themselves. You want to start targeting them for exploitative 3-betting. Even against some of the loose openers, you could start targeting their bottom end of their raise range by doing a smaller exploitative 3-bet with, let's say, all of your suited aces, or some of your hands that have removal that usually don't have a lot of great post-flop play, but are strong enough to have removal and potential post-flop play if your loose, aggressive opponent winds up calling. Think of things like Queen Jacks or King Jack. As I said before, like even pretty much any ace that has actually any ace period, because you're going to wind up removing an ace from hitting on the flop. And if you're 3-betting, you have pretty much carte blanche to do a C-bet immediately afterwards. So exploitative 3-betting is going to become